respected delegates, and fellow teachers. We will begin shortly at 8 a.m., but before that, I will provide you several information. Firstly, the bathroom will be found on the right after you exit the assembly hall. Secondly, the fire exit will be found on the left after exiting the assembly hall. And third, delegates, if you need to refill water or drink, raise your tumbler up so that your liaison officer, otherwise known as LO, may come to you and help you. Thank you.
It is with profound honor and sincere appreciation that we welcome you to the PENABUR Banda Model United Nations 2026, an Asian simulation conference convened in the spirit of diplomacy, cooperation, and regional solidarity.
Today, we gather as representatives of nations within Southeast Asia, united by a shared commitment to dialogue, mutual respect, and constructive engagement.
May this conference reflect the very principles that define ASEAN consensus, building, peaceful negotiation, and collective progress. Distinguished member of the BPK Penabur Foundations,
Honorable principals of the SMA and SMP BPK PENABUR Banda, as the gracious hosts of this event,
esteemed representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia,
honorable members of the Board of Dias from the International Relations Department of Universitas Katolik Parahyangan,
respected teachers and supervisors,
distinguished delegates,
and dear students,
ladies and gentlemen, a
a
very good morning to you all.
Greatly appreciation for all support, for all sponsorship, for PBC and PBMUN 2026.
First, big thanks to Universitas Kristen Maranatha. College is about finding your passion. At Maranatha, education is a step ahead to prepare you for global competition, built on the values of integrity, care, and excellence. Maranatha is the place to grow. Maranatha University, your brighter future starts here.
Yamaha Surya Putra Motor, dealer resmi Yamaha Indonesia. Sales service spare part lengkap. Satu tempat semua beres. Gaspol tanpa ragu, pilih yang resmi dan terpercaya. Yamaha Surya Putra Motor berada di Jalan Ibu Ingin Garansi. Kita no 122 Bandung. Jalan Raya Caringin no 380 ke 382. Jalan Veteran nomor 148 Purwakarta, Jalan Abdul Rahman Salen no 46 Pajajaran Bandung, Jalan A Nasution no 108, Jalan Raya Banjaran no 588. Kami juga hadir di flagship shop Jalan Soekarno-Hatta Bandung. Dapatkan promo menarik setiap bulan, DP ringan, ansuran bersahabat, mekanik handal, spare part asli Yamaha. Yamaha Surya Putra Motor, solusi motor Yamaha kamu. Yamaha semakin di depan.
Mega Akses Persada, Fiber Star Connecting Indonesia.
PT Yuntex,
PT Oratio Agung Mulia, Provide Excellence in Care.
TV Pillar Abadi, solusi komputer profesional untuk bisnis Anda.
Eric Andre Susanto,
Praxis Publishing Singapore, fuel your learning journey since 1979.
Pejabat Lelang Kelas 2 Agustin Merdekawati SHMKN. Pejabat Lelang Kelas 2 Agustin Merdekawati.
Your Bistro,
Garden Bakery, bringing families together one loaf at a time.
Universitas Kristen Petra, home for the bride.
PT Unicorn Tosan Perkasa, always innovating.
Penabrit Irama, sarana meraih prestasi.
Mentari Books Indonesia, integrated solutions for education.
Lagi chocolate for every moment. National. As a mark of respect to our nation, we kindly request all distinguished guests and participants to rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Kindly request everyone to please stand up.
Thank you. Please be seated. To commence this meaningful occasion, let us begin with a prayer. Let us solemnly bow our heads for an opening prayer according to our respective beliefs. We respectfully invite the Honorable Principal of SMP BPK PENABUR Banda, Ma'am Liane M. Pede, to deliver the opening prayer.
Let's bow our heads and unite our hearts in prayer. Gracious and Almighty God, we thank you for the health, also the opportunity, so that we can stay together at this event held by Banda Secondary. Lord, we ask for your guidance over every delegate, chair, and also jury member. Grant them wisdom so that they can learn something important and useful from this activity. Let them learn that this activity is not only about competition of intellect, but also, moreover, it is like a practice over empathy. Please bless all the staff and all the faculty that have already made this possible. May all this activity bring our students and delegates here to become salt and light, also peacemakers out this complex work. We also pray that this activity will refine their good characters so that they can use this for their good lessons for their future life. Would like to commit this event into your hand. Throughout this event, may your name be glorified and your love for all human reflected. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. May today's event run smoothly and bring wisdom, inspiration, and meaningful dialogue for all participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to present the program flow of PENABUR Banda Model United 2026. First, official remark by the principal, followed by a traditional dance from Nusa Tenggara Timur, followed by ASEAN webinar session, followed by introduction of the keynote speaker, then official opening of PBMUN 2026, then delegates procession to the council area.
Continuing with the main conference agenda, we got we have PBMUN ASEAN conference first session, then lunch break, then PBMUN ASEAN conference second session, then board of dice deliberation meeting, lastly closing ceremony and awarding session.
We kindly invite all participants to follow the program attentively as we move through each session of today's conference. To deliver the opening address, we respectfully invite the distinguished representative of the BPK PENABUR Foundation. The floor is yours.
We extend our deepest gratitude for sharing remarks.
Next, we respectfully invite the Honorable Principal of SMA BPK PENABUR Banda to deliver the welcome address.
Okay, good morning to all the delegates of PENABUR Banda Model United Nations, and a warm welcome to the representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, particularly to Ibu Yuliana Bahar as the Director of Socio-Economic Cooperation. Thank you very much for your coming to our school, and to all the teachers from different schools and the students of PENABUR Banda. I kindly extend my warm welcome to all of you, and this is our first ever PENABUR Banda Model United Nations. As a trial run, we would like to invite some schools. We cannot make this big because we are still learning on how to run events, but hopefully this opportunity can be a good example and also a good learning opportunity for our students especially, and to further open our horizon that we are not alone in this world. That's why we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, meaning that we have many countries all around us. Then more importantly also for all the delegates and also the teachers, this is a good opportunity to also know your fellow peers and students, that you may also cooperate, that you may also make friends, and you may also share to them. Our goal is simple actually. We want to spread the love and we want to spread the joy and we want to make sure that the world is a joyful, green, and peaceful place. That's why we would like to do this event and we would like to run the event uh, in the first place. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the committee that that have already worked their best, because again I'm sure this is not easy. Thank you very much for your help and for your hard work, and we hope that the event can run smoothly and all of us can learn from this. Thank you very much and may God bless us.
Thank you for the encouraging and visionary message.
As a reflection of Indonesia's cultural richness, we are honored to present a traditional dance from East Nusa Tenggara.
Please join us in expressing our appreciation for this remarkable cultural performance. Let's give a round of applause. Distinguished guests and delegates, we now proceed to the ASEAN webinar session.
It is our distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Distinguished Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ASEAN, Mr. Mike Mohen A. Padilla, Socio-cultural Officer of the Philippines Mission to ASEAN. An Honorable Representative of the Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Yuliana Bahar, the Director of the ASEAN Socio-cultural Cooperation, Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Without further ado, we respectfully invite you to deliver your keynote address. The floor is yours.
um, the Philippines. They are currently airship. There is air within Lucky as here of the very important person share what is the role, the responsibilities of the Philippines in being in charge of ASEAN. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to share the Mike, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you faintly.
Right.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Right.
So you have plenty of time. I give 30 minutes presentation. Right now, approaching to 30 minutes. I will remind.
Okay.
Of course, Mike.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. From the Philippines, I'm Mike Padilla, the SCO to ASEAN. So for this morning, allow me to present the priorities of our Philippines Chairship of ASEAN 2026. So building on the strong foundation laid by Malaysia's successful chairship of 2025, the Philippines, with our 112.7 million Filipinos living in the Philippines and abroad, we are humbled to chair the ASEAN 2026, heralding a new era of regional integration and cooperation under the inspiring theme, Navigating Our Future. Can you show the next slide, please? So navigating our future calls for a proactive and forward-looking ASEAN that actively influences and helps shape the global landscape. It calls on ASEAN to harness the collective strengths of its member states, including Indonesia, and external partners to respond effectively to both current and emerging challenges. So in doing so, ASEAN strengthens its role as a relevant and constructive participant in the international community and in shaping the direction of the world. From its perspective, ASEAN aims not only to be prepared for the future, but also to help lead and define it by investing in its people, empowering communities, and ensuring that development is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. So together in this context means embodying the enduring spirit that unites ASEAN, its way of working, shared identity, and collective determination to build a peaceful, secure, and prosperous region. It highlights ASEAN centrality, solidarity, and unity as the cornerstone of a rules-based and future-ready community. Anchored on the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, or TAC, in Southeast Asia, the ASEAN Charter, the UN Charter, and international laws, this shared commitment reaffirms ASEAN's resolve to deepen cooperation across the political, security, economic, and socio-cultural pillars. It reflects ASEAN's vision of becoming an innovative, responsive, integrated, and people-centered community, one strengthened by its diversity and guided by its unity as it moves forward into the future together. Next slide, please. So allow me to present to you the component of our chairship logo. Our primary logo includes our chairship logo, the ASEAN Philippines 2026 text, and the ASEAN emblem, and has the specific elements. First, the boat. The boat is inspired by the traditional Filipino boat called balangay. This is the essence of ASEAN's journey. Many nations, each with their own unique character, moving forward together aboard a single vessel. From balangay, the word barangay was derived and represents the Philippines' smallest government unit. As you can see, there's also a wave. A wave. So let me go first to the rice stalk. So the rice stalk is a symbol of nourishment and abundance, reflecting ASEAN's commitment to food security. Each grain also represents a member state, with the 11th marking Timor-Leste's entry into the ASEAN community. So the wave signifies maritime security and cooperation. It echoes the waters that physically connect ASEAN member states. So the wave embodies strength found in interconnection, and it reflects the coming together of cultures, values, and aspirations bound by a shared purpose, forming a vibrant tapestry of unity and collective progress. So the ASEAN 2026 logo is a meaningful reflection of our chairship theme. Its design symbolizes forward movement and shared direction. It reflects our unity, affirming that our path forward will be shaped not by individual national efforts alone, but by our shared choices and unified action. For the Philippines as chair, the logo represents our responsibility to help steer our community through emerging opportunities and challenges. Ultimately, it embodies our shared commitment to move forward as one ASEAN, confident, united, and truly people-centered. Next slide, please. So under the theme Navigating Our Future are the three main priorities of the Philippines chairship. Collectively, we call them 3 Ps. The first P is peace and security anchors. So during this chairship, we will champion peace and stability through dialogue, adherence to international laws, and enhanced cooperation on non-traditional security threats. This peace being espoused by the APSC pillar, or the political security pillar. The second P is the prosperity corridors. So we will build systemic connections toward a shared prosperity through economic integration, digital transformation, and inclusive and sustainable development that benefits all ASEAN peoples. So this is being led by the ASEAN economic pillar. Lastly, the third P. The third P is particularly significant to us as ASCC, which is people empowerment. This underscores our shared responsibility to empower the peoples of ASEAN by advancing social inclusion, safeguarding the rights and well-being of sectors in vulnerable situations, and nurturing a strong sense of shared identity and community across our region. Next slide, please. So at its core, people empowerment is about ensuring that every individual, especially the poor, the marginalized, older persons, women, children, persons with disabilities, they have the opportunity, capacity, and an enabling environment to participate fully and benefit meaningfully from ASEAN's growth and progress. It reminds us also that our community building efforts must always be people-centered, people-oriented, and responsive to the evolving needs and aspirations of our citizens. So this pillar also calls on us to strengthen social protection systems, invest in human capital, promote equity and dignity, and foster resilience among our communities in the face of emerging challenges. So ultimately, people empowerment ensures that no one is left behind and that ASEAN's future is shaped not only by not for an inclusive, resilient, and people-centered ASEAN community. And it also emphasizes that ASEAN's future is shaped um, not only for the people, but with the people and by the people. Next slide, please. So under the AGC priorities, we have 4 thematic priorities. So for easy recall, and to popularize this with ASEAN, we are using the acronym or mnemonic RISE, RISE. So this would help us memorize it or know this better. So R stands for resilient and empowered families. I is for inclusive development. S stands for smart youth and innovations. And E stands for environmentally sustainable and fuel secure future. So allow me to present each of these thematic priorities. Next slide, please. So the first priority is resilient and empowered families, strengthening ASEAN's commitment to nurturing families as the foundation of society by promoting health, resilience, and empowerment. So we acknowledge that families are the basic unit and backbone of our societies, serving as the primary source of care, protection, and well-being. It is within the family that individuals are first nurtured in health, shaped by values, and supported through life's vulnerabilities. Recognizing this, ASEAN reaffirms its commitment to strengthen health systems that are responsive not only to individuals but also to families as a whole, ensuring accessible, inclusive, and people-centered care across the life course. So central to this commitment is the advancement of family and community-based alternative care systems, particularly for children, older persons, and other sectors in vulnerable situations. So ASEAN promotes policies and programs that prioritize family-based care over institutionalization, guided by the best interests, dignity, and holistic development of every individual. So this also includes strengthening the capacity of families and caregivers, integrating health and psychosocial support, and ensuring continuity of care within safe and nurturing environments. So at the regional level, ASEAN continues to deepen cooperation, knowledge sharing, and monitoring of family resilience and alternative care initiatives. Through these collective efforts, we seek to build a community where families are empowered, alternative care systems are enhanced, and compassionate and health responsive, and every person is supported to live in dignity, well-being, and sense of belonging. So to concretize this priority, we will advance initiatives and outcome documents on strengthening alternative family-based care systems that will highlight the importance of preventive services, family support mechanisms, and integration efforts to uphold the dignity and well-being of children while helping families overcome crisis situations. We will also advance our cooperation on family development to establish a collaborative platform for learning, innovation, and partnership among member states, and provide the platform for sharing of good practices, research and development, and policy experiences, enabling countries to respond more effectively to emerging family needs and challenging and changing societal realities. So under our chairship, we will also establish a regional plan of action on family resilience and social protection that would reinforce an integrated approach that recognizes the close relationship between strong families and resilient communities. To encapsulate this priority, we will seek continued collaboration among ASEAN member states to ensure that families across the region are supported not only to withstand challenges, but also to realize their full potential in a caring and people-centered ASEAN community. Next slide, please. The second thematic priority is inclusive development, aligning ASEAN's vision of people-centered, inclusive, and resilient community, emphasizing unity while reinforcing core values of inclusion, social justice, and empowerment of groups in vulnerable situations, in line with the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and beyond. Ensuring equitable access to opportunities is one of the foundations in advancing ASEAN people's well-being. However, with the region's exposure to numerous risks and challenges continue to persist in the access of needed programs and services. Social protection interventions to mitigate adverse effects of shocks are still very much warranted. Acknowledging this reality, together with our continued commitment in pursuing a people-centered ASEAN, we recognize that there are gaps that need to be jointly addressed as one ASEAN community. And while ASEAN remains committed to protecting and promoting the rights of sectors in vulnerable situations, particular attention is given to advancing opportunities for older persons through stronger developmental programs and sustained investments that enable them to remain active contributors to society. Older persons are Older persons represent a valuable source of experience, skills, and social capital, and policies must move beyond protection alone toward empowerment, productivity, and lifelong participation. So ASEAN recognizes the growing potential to cultivate an enabling environment that unlocks new economic and social opportunities for older persons. Strategic investments in age financial services, lifelong learning, health and wellness, digital inclusion, and community participation can stimulate new markets, create employment opportunities, encourage innovation, and strengthen sustainable social protection systems. So these efforts support the emergence of a dynamic silver economy where older persons are recognized not only as beneficiaries of services, but also as consumers, entrepreneurs, workers, and community leaders. So to provide breadth and depth to this priority, we will use our chairship to create a regional action framework that will provide a pathway for ASEAN to advance practical strategies and actionable measures that harness the contributions of older persons while promoting inclusive economic growth. So to summarize this priority will build a region where aging is accompanied by opportunity, where older persons are empowered to live productive, meaningful, and dignified lives, supported by responsive policies, innovative services, and a vibrant market ecosystem. Next slide. So as we strengthen our commitment to the welfare and protection of our older persons, we're also committed in equally investing in a brighter future for our youth, to your future, who will carry forward the work we have begun. By ensuring that older persons live with dignity, security, and well-being, we also uphold the value, wisdom, and foundations that guide the next generation. In this spirit, ASEAN will continue to advance meaningful initiatives that empower our youth, equipping them, equipping you with opportunities, capacities, and support you need to lead, contribute, and help shape a resilient, inclusive, and people-centered community. So we also push forward our third thematic priority, smart youth and innovation, promoting initiatives that empower ASEAN youth, encourage innovation, and strengthen digital literacy. In an era defined by rapid technological advancement, opportunities for learning, innovation, and civic participation are increasingly accessible at the touch of a button, right under your fingertips. At the same time, the digital environment presents growing risks as young people like you face exposure to online exploitation, disinformation, fake news, cyberbullying, and emerging mental health challenges. The expanding influence of digital platforms, alongside the transformative potential of artificial intelligence, underscores the urgency of strengthening safe, inclusive, and accessible online spaces for youth. So with this, we will seek to produce an atom document on youth digital resilience that will underscore our original commitment to empowering our young people in the digital age. We believe that it's important to promote among our youth the responsible and innovative use of technology by enhancing digital literacy, safeguarding online well-being, encouraging youth participation by enhancing digital literacy and digital governance, and supporting technology-driven advocacy and innovation. So we will seek to cultivate a generation of digitally resilient youth who can navigate risks, seize opportunities, and contribute positively to the region's social and economic development. Next slide, please. So through ASEAN, we reaffirm our collective commitment to strengthen climate resilience, ensure food security, enhance disaster risk reduction, and advance climate adaptation so that our communities can thrive in harmony with the environment and no one is left behind. Our fourth thematic priority is environmentally sustainable and food secure future, addressing cross-cutting challenges such as climate resilience, food security, disaster risk reduction, and climate adaptation. ASEAN faces urgent challenges that threaten the safety, livelihood, and resilience of its communities. The region remains highly vulnerable to disasters, from typhoons, floods, droughts, earthquakes, emerging climate-related hazards affecting our food security and development. So these crises reveal gaps in preparedness, coordination, and response, often causing delays, fragmented procedures, and unequal access to aid. Strengthening resilience requires modernized operational frameworks, improved information sharing, and integrated approaches that link prevention, response, and recovery. Translating early warning into early action is essential for saving lives, protecting livelihoods, and sustaining community stability. To walk our talk, we will seek the support of all ASEAN member states for the adoption of a leader's statement on a regional strategic protocol for emergency and comprehensive transformation that will eventually provide a roadmap for strengthening regional interoperability through standardized cooperation, facilitating timely and effective access to support, including multilateral assistance and ensuring rights-based disaster response. So these reflect ASEAN's objective and collective commitment to collaborative, efficient, and inclusive disaster management that protects lives, safeguards livelihoods, and enhances regional resilience against both current and emerging threats. Next slide, please. So in closing, allow me to express that as we advance these priority areas under people empowerment, we reaffirm that the strength of our community lies in the strength of our people. The progress we have presented today reflects not only a set of deliverables and outcome documents, but a shared commitment to uplift lives, protect dignity, and create opportunities for every ASEAN citizen to thrive. These initiatives demonstrate our collective resolve to build resilient families, promote inclusive development, empower our youth to lead in an increasingly digital and innovative world, and safeguard our environment and food systems for present and future generations. Together, they bring us closer to realizing a truly people-centered, inclusive, and sustainable ASEAN community. The Philippines, as chair of ASEAN 2026, remains fully committed to working closely with all ASEAN member states, our sectoral bodies, and partners to ensure the successful delivery of these priorities. We count on your continued support, collaboration, and shared leadership as we translate commitments into meaningful and lasting impacts for our people, even beyond 2026. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Right, let us give a round of applause for Mr. Mike Padilla. So, Mr. Padilla, I want you to stay with us since after this there will be a question and answer session. So, students, if you remember in 2023, Indonesia was held the chairship of ASEAN, and it was such a big work. And in about 20 minutes, Mr. Mike Padilla has given us such comprehensive presentation for such wide scope of work. So in the presentation, Mr. Padilla also addressed important priorities around the chairship of the Philippines 2026. There are peace and security anchors, and then prosperity corridors, as well as people empowerment. And he has elaborated very clear to us about the people environment, which becomes ASEAN Socio-cultural Unity 2026 priorities, which are very, very a pillar which is really close to us, including young generations that you are. They are resilient and empowered families, inclusive development, smart youth and innovation, and then environmentally sustainable and food secure future. So therefore, as you have listened to the presentation of Mr. Padilla, I would like to invite you for questions related to the um, um, priorities of the Philippines in the socio-cultural community pillar. So I would welcome you for the questions. Any questions? Sir Mike Padilla, there are students from 9 schools of Bandung today. So they are competing for the PENABUR Banda MUN ASEAN simulation. And okay, now we have one question from, please mention your name and which school you are from, and state your question. Okay, you can repeat your name again.
Okay, hi Mr. Mike Padilla. My name is Kisaninat Budiardi. I'm coming from Bangsa Classical Bandung, or CBCS. And I would just like to have a question to you, mainly about the Philippines. In ASEAN, the Philippines has been involved in a lot of territorial disputes, especially with China. How do you, I guess, be diplomatic with powerful nations? How are you supposed to negotiate when there is clear, I guess, a difference of priorities between you and other states? How do you do that?
All right, Mr. Padilla, I would like to ask another student for another question. So after 2 questions, can reply every question addressed to you. Yeah. So can I have one more? Anyone? All right. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I have a question also about Philippines. So How can the Philippines balance the national interest with the regional consensus building? Balancing them so like there's no lower priorities or any higher priority. Thank you.
All right, so we have already got two questions from two students. The first one, so the questions are so interesting. So the first question is about how would you negotiate with China, and then the second one is how would you balance the national interest and with the priorities that you also have mentioned. So the floor, the screen is yours, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Well, this is challenging because I'm not in the position to answer number one actually. Because it is our policy that all questions or responses related to our territorial disputes must be answered by our foreign ministry, which is the which leads the ASEAN political security pillar. But just giving my personal opinion and my 2 cents on this, um, we follow, we we adhere to the UNCLOS, or the UNCLOS is the United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Seas. During the early 2010s, our former president brought this issue to the United Nations. So I think and eventually the Philippines won. But I think the challenge really here is the implementation of that decision. But of course, as a general statement, I would say that we will put everything, we want to put everything in place, and we want to resolve everything in a diplomatic and civilized way. But one thing is certain, that we will not back down. We will push for our rights, especially the rights of our fisher folks in their rights to fish in the disputed waters. And we will exhaust all legal remedies to fight what is duly ours. I think that's my response. Sorry if I cannot provide details. If I cannot answer it fully. As I said, it's really under another ministry, another pillar. But just that was just my personal opinion. And on the second question, um, we have three pillars: the APSC, the political security; the AEC, the economic pillar; and us, the socio-cultural pillar. So we have we prepared for the chairship as early as 2 years ago, in 2020, in 2024. So we laid down all priorities, but we cannot compress everything in four thematic priorities. For example, the health concern. So everything health would be subsumed under priority one, the families. Everything about women, children, PWDs will be um, under priority two. So our priorities, before coming up with these priorities, it took us a lot of brainstorming and deliberation. But we don't qualify these as top or less important priorities, because for us, our treatment really is to treat these all equally important. But we cannot put everything um, on paper. That's why for some sectors, for some issues and concerns, we are subsuming them under these main thematic priorities. But we would like to assure everyone that all sectors, um, all situations, and all issues and concerns were also considered before coming up with these priorities. But of course, for example, for the APSC pillar, their main priority is really peace and security. For AEC, of course, economic. And for us, socio-cultural, meaning education, health, environment, climate resilience, nutrition, social protection, social welfare and development, poverty. So yeah, so everything has been considered, and each pillar really took great initiatives and efforts to acknowledge and to consider these priorities or these yeah. So I don't think there are hierarchy of our prioritization for these priorities, but everything is considered when we were doing or when we were conceptualizing these main thematic priorities. So every sector has been considered as well. Thank you.
Ms. Tia, you have more questions? Anyone? Still thinking? Okay, I think everyone is quite nervous about the coming ASEAN simulation, Mr. Padilla. So let us give Mr. Mike Padilla a round of applause. So thank you so much, Mr. Mike Padilla, the Socio-cultural Officer of the Philippines Mission to ASEAN, for spending time with us and sharing with the students of the Philippines chairship for ASEAN in 2020. We wish you all the best and have a good day, and we will continue with our next program. You can stay with
Miss
us.
Moderator,
Yes?
can I just like one more statement? So for this, sorry for adding this. For this chairship, if you notice, I've been using the term chairship, not chairmanship. And because this is also our commitment to providing value to the role of women, and we've been advocating really for gender and development. So I think even our term chairship is a manifestation of our commitment that to leave no one behind, especially women. Thank you.
Thank you. So, guys, students, so as Mr. Padilla said, that it is very important that in this chairship of the Philippines, they also underline the inclusivity, that it should also include women and the very important role of women in ASEAN. So, once again, we would like to thank you for all the enlightenment during this session, and you can still stay with us if you want to follow the continuity of this program. And once again, let us give a round of applause for Mr. Mike Padilla. Thank you, Mike. All right, so for the next program in today's welcoming session, we would like to invite the Director of ASEAN Socio-cultural Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Yuliana Bahar, to deliver keynote speech.
Thank you so much, Monica, and thank you, Mike, for with us. Before I proceed, I would just like to express my some people lightly chairmanship, but it concerted collective effort in the region, including by Indonesia as well, to make any terminology gender neutral. Because, like, for example, if we say chairmanship, it's like Oh, yeah. So anything that has to do with leadership, that only falls under the purview of certain sex. But it's not. As we can see today, women, we're thrive in every aspect of life too. So this may take it, some people may take this, what's tomato, tomata, what's the difference? Chairmanship, chairship, the same word, the same meaning, but actually what's behind it, it's different. So maybe these simple things can also, we can also apply these simple things into our everyday life. Let's change the paradigm of thinking, yeah, including when we use words or conception or terminologies. Maybe we can be wise on that. If we can make it gender neutral, why not? Okay, and Monica already emphasized the importance of inclusivity. And shout out for Penabur Banda High, for principals, of course, Bu Esther and the organizing committee. I heard that this is the first time ever you organize this kind of activity. And to be honest, I think I can speak for my team as well. Yeah, I don't see any glitch. I don't see any shortcomings in the preparation. So kudos, congratulations. And I can only imagine the upgraded version of this activity should you decide to organize more in the future. So kudos, shout out to you all, congratulations. All right, so my team said that we were asked to talk about, of course, addressing your theme, ASEAN 2026, strengthening regional unity amid security challenges, economic transformation, and human resilience. That's a big chunk to swallow, right? But it sounds so serious. But I think the way I see it, sometimes, and maybe you have experienced this as well, sometimes some of us tend to take you for granted, the younger generation, simply because you're young, simply because what, you don't hit, you haven't hit 20 years old yet, right? You're in your 15 maybe, or 14 or 16 or 17, and people may take you for granted for that. And I think it is time for you. It is always right time for you to talk more about substantive issues, to talk more about serious stuff, and never let people reduce you into numbers. Never let people reduce you into their box to tick. You are not just a tick in other people's box simply because you're young, simply because you're high school students or junior high school students or even elementary school students. Make sure that you always make your voice heard. Make noise with your echoes. And only by that, you can make the change and you can be impactful to yourself, to your family, to your society, to your country, to the region, and to the world. So we challenge you to hear more about you talking about big stuff. Don't worry about what people perceive about you or people think about you, because you are not what people think you are. You are not just that, you are more than that. And that brings me to ASEAN. ASEAN is not a panacea. It's not a magic wand. Like, okay, because we have ASEAN in the region, that means we are not going to have any problems in the region. If you think that having ASEAN will make our region challenge-free, then I'm so sorry. We're not in that era yet. And I think that's not the original purpose of ASEAN, the establishment of ASEAN. ASEAN established not to be the cure of every problems that we have in the region. But ASEAN is there and has been here to make sure that when we have problems, the region has a platform, has a means, has a tools at their disposal to talk it out. Well, not necessarily having or finding the right solution right away, but at least when you communicate regularly, openly, and in more structured ways with your neighbors, we might find better ways in seeing things and finding solution to our collective problem. So, back to your theme. It's serious, but I believe that regardless how young you are, you can make a substantive input or outcome coming from this deliberation on this particular issue. My keynote is mainly framed on staying united in a complicated world. It's a bit tweaked from your theme, but I hope it will resonate to all of the priorities that you will deliberate throughout the day. Do we have the present? Oh, okay. So next slide, please. All right. So ASEAN today has how many members? 11. Oh, thank you. You're updated. Very good. Yes, 11 members. We just welcome officially the youngest addition to our family, Timor-Leste. Now imagine putting 11 countries with different political system, different levels of development, and different interests, of course, into a permanent WhatsApp group chat. Can you imagine how noisy sometimes it is, but sometimes it can also be too silent? Remember, maybe you also have this experience, right? In the WhatsApp group, you throw something to the group and then no one is commenting. But then in the other time, you throw something and it's like all of a sudden the noise follows. Well, to put it simple, that's how more or less ASEAN is currently with the 11 members. And the features of this WhatsApp group of ASEAN is no one can be removed, no one can be forced to agree. And every decision, of course, must be by vote or by consensus. Correct. I think my work is done. Our work here is done. They know already what they're talking about. And despite the shortcomings that this organization have, ASEAN most of the times work. Although, mind you, ASEAN has never been meant to as a panacea, as a magic cure for everything. Yeah, ASEAN is not perfect, and the work can be slow sometimes, if not most of the times, but it works because ASEAN survived through the principles: sovereignty, respecting for sovereignty, non-interference, consensus-based, peaceful settlement of disputes, and advancing with our ASEAN centrality. And of course, unity in the group, in any group, as a matter of fact, is never automatic. It's negotiated or socially and even politically constructed every single time. Slide, please. And now, to your topics. You will discuss, I was informed, about regional security, that's heavy stuff as well, humanitarian protection, that's very current and will always be relevant, environmental resilience, oh yes, please, I would like to hear more on what you say about taking good care of our environment, public health, and economic transformation. Especially also with the economic transformation, with all the digitalization and the increasing and accelerated use of artificial intelligence, we are looking forward to hearing what you say more about this. And these priorities should not be treated as independent or separate boxes. There are 5 pressure points. Each one tests ASEAN unity and also ASEAN's relevance. So let's walk through them, not as students, but ASEAN policymakers, as ASEAN delegates. I only have 100 pages or slides of presentation, so bear with me. We're only through to what, 2nd page? I'm kidding, only 10 pages. All right, so next slide, please. Talking about regional security and geopolitical stability. The South China Sea, border disputes. We just recently witnessed what happened between Cambodia and Thailand, for example. Geopolitical rivalry. ASEAN does not deny that these tensions exist. The question is, how does ASEAN manage them without escalating risk? First, ASEAN insists on peaceful dispute mechanism in accordance with international law, including, like Mike Mohen earlier highlighted, the rule, UNCLOS when it comes to the management of water territorial boundaries. Second, ASEAN promotes dialogue platform. Well, some might label us as no action talk only or NATO, but I mean, come on, for every problem, if you don't talk it out, then you're not going to go anywhere. So at least we have the platform, we have the tools to talk it out among ourselves. Now, some of the examples of these dialogue platforms are the ASEAN Regional Forum and the East Asia Summit, so that countries in the region also have dialogue platform with major powers in the region who have interest in the region. And third, ASEAN maintains strategic autonomy. This means ASEAN does not align itself formally with any major power bloc. Instead, it keeps space open for engagement with all. This is why we often say neutrality is not passivity. It is a deliberate strategy to prevent ASEAN from becoming an arena of proxy, competition, and rivalry. Unity in this context is leverage. Next slide, please. On humanitarian protection, you are familiar already maybe with the Rohingya crisis, the situation in Myanmar, and human trafficking network with the ongoing online scheming in the region. ASEAN's approach here is careful and layered. On Myanmar, ASEAN adopted the 5-point consensus, which calls for cessation of violence, inclusive dialogue, humanitarian assistance, and the appointment of a special envoy. On humanitarian access, ASEAN works through the AHA Center based in Jakarta to ensure assistance is well coordinated, inclusive, and needs-based. On human trafficking issue, ASEAN strengthens cross-border law enforcement cooperation, intelligence sharing, and victim protection frameworks. And if I may highlight, during Indonesia ASEAN's chairship in 2023, one of the deliverables include the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on combating the online scamming or illicit use of digital technology and social media platforms. So ASEAN does not impose regime change. It does not use sanctions as primary tool. Instead, it combines humanitarian engagement, quiet diplomacy, and regional coordination. It is slow, but it is designed to keep all members at the table. Next slide, please. Environmental resilience and disaster risk. By mid-2025, nearly 2,000 disasters took place in our region, millions affected, coastal vulnerability across the region. ASEAN's response is not reactive, it is institutional. Through ADMER, ASEAN has a legally binding instrument or regional agreement on disaster management and emergency response. Through One ASEAN, One Response, member states commit to acting collectively during major disasters. Through the Sustainable Resilience Declaration initiated by Indonesia during ASEAN chairship in 2023, ASEAN promotes a whole of ASEAN approach, integrating disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, infrastructure planning, and financing. And through SEADRIFT, ASEAN explores innovative disaster risk financing because resilience requires resources, not just goodwill. This shift, or what Indonesia offered to the region with the concept of sustainable resilience is important because we want ASEAN to move from merely response to disasters to preparedness, from emergency relief to long-term resilience, and that is strategic unity in action. Next slide, please. On public health security, it is now high on the agenda of ASEAN and cooperation, including with ASEAN external partners. After the COVID-19, ASEAN strengthened several mechanisms in the region in the overall regional health architecture. We have APEX. If you're into ASEAN, you have to start from becoming familiar with all of the abbreviation that we have. We have countless of them. APEX, meant to enhance regional coordination during public health emergencies. And then ACFID, ASEAN Coordinating Center for Public Health Emergency and Disease. That is also launched during Indonesia ASEAN Chairship in 2023. It has 3 pillars, and each pillar locates in Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand, with the purpose to strengthen detection, preparedness, and response. We also have ASEAN Biological Threat Surveillance Center to improve data-driven risk assessment. And we also have the EOC network to enable rapid information sharing among health authorities. And we also have One Health framework, also initiated by Indonesia's chairship in 2023 to integrate human, animal, and environmental surveillance and health, harmonizing infection prevention standards and cross-border contact tracing. One Health framework also meant to strengthen laboratory networks and to coordinate risk communication to avoid misinformation, and with the long-term purpose of collaboration on research, vaccines, and joint procurement mechanism. So in the overall regional health architecture of ASEAN, health security is not only about medicine, it's also about coordination, transparency, and trust among neighbors. Next slide, please. On the economic transformation and inequality, digital finance integration, artificial intelligence governance, economic inequality. ASEAN embraces digital transformation through regional digital cooperation, financial integration initiatives, and dialogue as well, including on AI governance. But ASEAN is cautious. Digital integration must include cybersecurity safeguards, and it may never negate on the human dimension and human aspects. AI governance must consider ethics and labor impacts. Financial integration must promote inclusion, not widen inequality. ASEAN also promotes inclusive growth through social protection frameworks and development cooperation among member states. Economic transformation must be stabilizing, not destabilizing, as inequality, if unmanaged, becomes a security issue. And unity depends on inclusive progress. Now, when we talk about economic transformation, we're not only talking about technology. We are talking about people, and especially young people like yourself and myself. I'm sorry, I'm still at the denial phase that I'm no longer young. We are talking about how to educate the young people and prepare them to be a qualified workforce in the future of work. Next slide, please. On youth education and the future of work, Digital transformation is changing how we work, how we learn, and how we compete globally. Artificial intelligence, automation, digital finance, these will shape your generation much more than mine. So ASEAN's response cannot only focus on markets, it must focus on human capital. Under the ASEAN Socio-cultural Community Agenda, we promote, and I believe some of them were already highlighted by Mike's from the Philippines mission, education cooperation, skills mobility, digital literacy, technical and vocational education and training, and policies to reduce inequality in widening access to opportunity. Because the real question is not whether ASEAN will adopt AI. The real question is, will ASEAN's young generation be ready for it? Human resilience begins with education, and the long-term strength of ASEAN unity depends on whether you feel included in the region's decision-making, in the region's growth. You are not the observers of ASEAN's future. You should be the architect of the region's future. You are part of its workforce, its innovators, and hopefully you will be part of the region's policymakers. Next slide, please. And this is where you come in. Your exercise today. When you draft an outcome from an ASEAN process, think like ASEAN delegates, not like superpower, not like a revolutionary movement. Think like ASEAN, think like family. Ask yourself, can 11 member states realistically agree to this? Because again, we're built on consensus and not vote. Who implements it? Is it or will it be adequately funding? Where are we going to get the resources to finance? Can it build on existing ASEAN mechanism, or should we reinvent or invent something new? Will it protect those in vulnerable situations? Will it strengthen long-term resilience? And in your exercise later on today, I would like you to bear in mind that ASEAN's outcomes are rarely dramatic because they are negotiated, consensus-based, and may tend to incremental in process, very slow in progress, but it built progress and built trust. And that is harder than writing bold statements. Thank you and good luck. Oh, Happy New Year and Ramadan Kareem.
So thank you, Ibu Yuliana Bahar, the Director for ASEAN Socio-cultural Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, for the keynote speech. And with that, we would like to wish you all the best for the PENABUR Banda ASEAN simulation, and we from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would like to bid farewell as we will continue with our next agenda. So I return the floor to the MC. Thank you.
May we kindly invite Ms. Yuliana Bahar, the Director of ASEAN Socio-cultural Cooperation, Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to step forward. The committee will present a certificate of appreciation in recognition of the ministry's support for the conference. We kindly request Mr. Ray and Ma'am Liani to present it.
we invite all principals, teachers, supervisor, the board of DICE, and all delegates to take a picture. We also invite all three of representatives.
The delegates are also invited. May you guys step forward?
Yeah, you guys can go step forward to take a picture. Yeah. Please. Edu. Edu.
All delegates may return to their respective seats. Thank you. Okay, delegates, now we have a 5-minute break to refresh yourselves. You may go to the bathroom first and have a nice break.
join me in welcoming the delegation to the Assembly. Please welcome the delegation of the Republic of Indonesia.
Please come to the front first so we can take documentation first.
Please welcome the delegation of the Kingdom of Thailand. Please welcome the delegation of the Republic of Singapore. Please welcome the delegation of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Please welcome the delegation of the Republic of the Philippines. Please welcome the delegation of Malaysia. Darussalam.
Daughter's wedding is in a month. I don't want us to look like Beauty and the Beef.
Darling, relax. We have plenty of time. Just start doing Tai Chi walking and the guests will be asking.
Please welcome the delegation of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. Please welcome the delegation of the Lao People Democratic Republic. Please welcome the delegation of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar.
Now, I would like to inform everyone, attendees who are not participants, including teachers, may exit the hall and go to room 306. Please welcome the Honorable Board of Dais, and the conference will now commence under the guidance of the Honorable Board of Dais.
All right, all right. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for the chance. And now we will first, before we are going to the committee sessions, we will first reinforce some rules and the procedures, which the committee will share screen. Can the committee help share the screen of the delegate guidebook? We would like to first welcome you all to the ASEAN Committee of the PENABUR Banda Model United Nations 2026. First, we are going to first explain again about the rules, since we are informed that some of the delegates are not present during the technical meeting. So yes, first Apologies for the technical difficulty. Please wait a second. All right, first we are going to explain again about the conference flow of the diagram. So this basically will what you are gonna do in the whole committee sessions. So from the starting of this committee session until the last of your committee session later on, we will be having all of these agendas. First is we will start each committee session, so the first and the second, both with a roll call. So it's basically a way to know that whether you are present or you are not. So since this is an ASEAN Council, and since we will adopt the real ASEAN consensus-based voting, so it means that if only there are one delegate that are not in favor of the draft resolution, the DR will not pass. So yes, during this roll call of this particular PBMUN 2026, we will only be asking you whether you are present or whether you are not. So there are no present or present and voting. Since you are not allowed to be abstaining during the voting. So yes, you will be only having the choice of in favor or against the draft resolution. Right. Next is the general speakers list directly. Under the chair's discretion, the first general speakers list in this committee session will include all delegates at once. So we will do a round robin system based on alphabetical order. That is one of the reasons why we rearrange your seatings to alphabetical order. So it will start on Brunei Darussalam, so it will go on to Indonesia and etc. etc. Right. Then next there is a formal debate where is the moderated caucus. It will be proposed by you delegates. So if you have a motions to propose later on, we will provide the floor and you will propose whether you want a moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus with specific topics or unmod and etc. Then there will be unmoderated caucus. It will be an informal discussion session for you guys to discuss more informally about how you will draft the DR, about how you will take the committee sessions, which direction you will take, etc., etc. Then there will be a debate in the making of the draft resolution. So, and then there will be close with voting procedure, whether you are in favor or against the draft resolution. And need I remind you again, since this is we are following real ASEAN consensus-based system, so you are only allowed to be in favor and or against. And if only one delegate is against, the draft resolution will not pass. All right. Then we will be adjourning the meeting. All right. Now I would like to refrain as well about the gadget policy. You will not be allowed electronic gadgets except for informal session, which is the unmoderated caucus. Other than that, you will not be allowed to use electronic gadgets. However, you are very welcome to use your papers, your printings, and everything else. All right. Are there any questions before we start the debate? Yes? Yes? All right, thank you for the points. So yes, for the motions, in order for a motion to pass, we do not need all consensus. We only need consensus on on draft resolution voting. So as for the motion, there will be quorums that we will be explaining later on. How many quorums in the how many delegates present in the room, and how many does it need to take a motion for a pass? All right, does that answer? All right, yes. All right, thank you. Counting 3, 2, 1. All right. Therefore, as the power vested in me as the head chair of the PBMUN 2026, I declare the ASEAN Council opens. All right. So we will start with a roll call. All right. When I call upon your delegate's name, please raise your placards high and firm and say whether you are present or not. All right. First, Brunei Darussalam. Thank you. Indonesia. Thank you. Laos. Thank you. Malaysia. Thank you. Myanmar. you. Philippines, you. Singapore, you. Thailand, thank you. Timor-Leste, you. Vietnam. All right, you delegates. All right, there are 10 delegates present in the committee, and therefore, for the procedural threshold, we will need 6 votes in order for a motion to pass. So when you propose a motion, we will need 6 delegates to agree whether a motion pass or not. And then as for the draft resolution, we need exactly all of the delegates to in favor, or else it will not be passed. All right. Now let's go on to the general speakers list. For sure. All right. All right. As we have explained to you before, we will be having the first general speakers list as your opening speech of each respective country. So we will each have 90 seconds of speech from every country, starting from Brunei Darussalam. Add to the list. Right, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and last but not least, Vietnam. All right. The first speaker will be the delegation of Brunei Darussalam. You have 90 seconds. Right. You have 90 seconds of opening speech. You have the floor.
Regional stability. As a nation where oil and gas account for 90% of exports, we recognize that our economic survival is tethered to regional peace. We reaffirm our commitment to the 1982 UNCLOS as the sole legal framework for maritime entitlements. Beyond security, Brunei moves to operationalize the ASEAN Economic Community, also known as the AEC. Through our proposed ASEAN Green Tech Exchange, this platform will facilitate the sharing of carbon capture and renewable technologies, ensuring that our region's mobility is not just economic, but sustainable. We urge all member states to uphold ASEAN centrality and the principle of non-interference. We reject militarization and urge binding COC. Economically, 90% oil-dependent Brunei backs AEC 2025 diversification. For resilience, our high HDI proves people-first approach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delegate. How would you like to yield your time? Basically, in the general speakers list, when you still have time left, you will either have to yield your time to the chair, or yield the time to another delegation, or yield the time for Q&A. So, since you have around 13 seconds left, how would you like to yield?
I will yield to the chair.
Thank you. All right. As for the next delegations, I will start to having a knock on the gavel as for you to keep track of your time. So when I knock the gavel once, it means you have 30 seconds left of speech. If I knock the gavel twice, it means you have 10 seconds left of speech. And if I knock the gavel all at once, it means your time has elapsed. All right. Next to speak is the delegation of Indonesia. You have the floor.
Fellow delegates, the Honorable Chair, imagine a region where one crisis weakens our unity, one financial shock disrupts our economy, and one health emergency threatens our people. Today, ASEAN stands at a critical moment. Indonesia firmly believes that regional self-reliance is the foundation of our strength. Only by standing on our own feet can we truly stand together.
As the largest economy in ASEAN, Indonesia is committed to economic transformation. With intra-ASEAN trade below 25%, deeper integration is urgent. Indonesia promotes local currency settlement, QR connectivity, and regional supply chain, especially in electric vehicle and in battery ecosystem. These efforts strengthen financial resilience and support inclusive growth. Human resilience is the heart of regional security. Indonesia strengthens cooperation through ADMM+, disaster response, and the One Health approach to protect its people. So, fellow delegates, the question is not whether ASEAN is strong enough, but whether we can build the strength together. Indonesia invites all delegations to work with us in defense cooperation, financial integration, and regional healthcare systems. Thank you. I will yield my time to the chair.
All right, thank you, Indonesia. Next to speak, Lau, you have 90 seconds on the
Hello, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Ever since the Lao People's Democratic Republic joined ASEAN in 1997, all the way to the current day, even going through our own chairship in 2024, we have always pushed for policies surrounding stability, regional cooperation, and peaceful dispute resolution among ASEAN members. I would like to promote this council as an opportunity for us to prioritize these issues, mainly avoiding internal conflict within ASEAN nations and focusing on the inclusive development of infrastructure, connectivity, and economic stability. As a relatively small, landlocked nation, Laos's survival is entirely dependent upon regional trade. And so, because of this, Laos feels that unity is something that we must focus on today. We must focus on all solutions that involve ASEAN working together. And we also feel that in times of crisis, such as disasters or economic issues, we must all work together to preserve stability, shared prosperity, and maintain ASEAN's constant stance of neutrality upon the world. That'll be all. I would like to give up my remaining time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Malaysia, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, so Malaysia would like to propose about the topic of high crime rates. So in 2025, Malaysia saw the proof over 68,000 online scams and almost bled to 1.57 billion ringgit to the people. As Asian chair, Malaysia didn't just talk. It also declared that cybercrime is the region's top threat. They passed Cybersecurity Act, launched AI security fighting tools with BlackBerry, and proposed RICFN, which is also a real-time intelligence networking Asian nation. But Malaysia knows that technology alone isn't enough. That's why Rukun Tetangga is back for neighbors to look out for each other again. Stopping criminal do matter though, but building resilient communities matter even more. So remember this, that a secure region isn't built by walls, it's mostly built by trust, technology, and resilience. I would like to yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Myanmar, you have the floor.
It is an honor to address this assembly today as we examine a crisis that continues to affect not only one country but also the stability of an entire region. Myanmar is a country plagued with political instability with its growing ethnic diversities that can prove a problem in the regional stability. But Myanmar reaffirms its commitment to constructive engagement with regional partners, particularly through the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or the ASEAN, and its 5-point consensus framework, while calling for practical and flexible implementation mechanisms that respect national sovereignty. So, Myanmar reaffirms that we have some difficulties in our contributions to the Asian community, but we have a really great, strong dependence, we have a really strong drive to prove that we are able to contribute to the Asian movement. That is all, and I will yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Philippines, you have the floor. Yes, sure.
That's When conflicts rise, economies change, and tensions also grow. ASEAN only has two choices. We either stand divided or we rise united. From the front lines of the South China Sea to the strict shores of the Pacific, the Philippines stands under one truth: resilience is stronger when it is shared.
The future of this council is in our hands. It is our duty to make sure the economies grows, regions stabilize, and Asia unites. We are all aware that tensions outside this room are constantly rising. We are all aware that there are gaps within political and economies of the Asian nations.
We as the Philippines, we stand with international law. We stand with the UNCLOS, as the delegate of Brunei has said. Us as ASEAN nations, we must stand with international law. As the Philippines, we have brought up UNCLOS and we have brought up our territorial disputes to the ICJ, in which we have won a lot of them. This shows our commitment towards territorial integrity and international law. Outside of that, we as well as a nation of one of the most sustainable nations on this planet. Over 65% of our energy share is completely renewable. Is it from geothermal energy, from solar energy, and from everything else? Due to that, we will be proposing a lot of solutions in the future, from dialogues to investment measures and everything else. However, many problems still arise, including the regional security, humanitarian crises, environmental security, and all other problems that require a holistic approach to combat.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next, Delegate of Singapore, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished guests, and fellow delegates. The delegation of Singapore believes that regional security is fundamental to ASEAN stability and prosperity. In today's interconnected landscape, threats such as transnational crimes, cybersecurity, and maritime tensions continue to disturb the safety of various ASEAN nations. Singapore calls for strengthened cooperation under the Asian framework to work together in order to strengthen regional security. Singapore underscores the importance of maintaining trust among member states. Beyond safeguarding internal security, Singapore recognizes that economic resilience is equally essential to national stability. Singapore acknowledges the importance of refreshing economic strategies in order to remain globally competitive and attract new trade and job opportunities. Beyond that, Singapore also acknowledges the importance of maintaining public health through efforts such as AFEX and ASEAN EOC network to improve the public health access to various Singaporean civilians. Singapore firmly believes that ASEAN's unity and resilience are indispensable to regional peace, economic prosperity, and national stability. Singapore invites all delegations to work with us in strengthening cross-border defense, financial integration, and public health. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Thailand, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and delegates, Thailand reaffirms its commitment to unity, mutual respect, and non-interference as a consensus-based cooperation as the foundation of peace and stability in Southeast Asia. On regional security, Thailand emphasizes the importance of maintaining ASEAN centrality and strengthening cooperation through ASEAN-led mechanisms to ensure a region of peace, freedom, and neutrality. In facing economic transformation, we highlight the importance of empowering MSMEs, accelerating digital transformation, and advancing sustainable growth through Thailand's biocircular green economic model. Asia's future depends on the resilience of its people, strengthening public health cooperation, enhancing disaster responses through the HA Center, investing in education and digital skills, and protecting vulnerable communities must remain our shared priorities. In facing public health, Thailand recommends that we agree on World Health Organization's advice on reducing and preventing infection of the Nipah virus. Through unity, shared responsibility, and forward-looking policies, ASEAN can emerge stronger, more inclusive, and more resilient in 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, Delegate of Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, when trust collapses, no disagreement can rebuild it.
As of 2026, ASEAN has been faced with many issues that affect and disrupt the security, humanity, and economy, such as territorial disputes, economic protectionism, along with refugee crises, shaping inhospitable living conditions. Timor-Leste recognizes their strategic position as a maritime-based economy, potentially connecting the South Pacific Ocean. With strong raw materials, Timor-Leste brings forth energy resources, minerals, and natural beauty to ASEAN. Economically, the involvement of Timor-Leste in ASEAN has expanded the market, bringing 700 million members of the workforce.
The Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste stands before this body as a testament to the power of self-determination and the strength of the human spirit. Having emerged from a long struggle for independence, we understand that peace is not in the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice.
We call upon this committee, Peace in Southeast Asia, or PC, initiative, that aims to strengthen regional cooperation that supports peace, human security, and supports economic growth. We invite all of us to help restore confidence in strengthening regional unity and ensure that growth remains inclusive, resilient, and sustainable for all member states. Thank you. I will yield your time to the chair.
Thank you. Last to speak in this general speakers list, Delegate of Vietnam, you have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, honorable delegates, the delegation of Vietnam firmly believes that ASEAN's main political role is essential for peace, stability, and security across Southeast Asia. Vietnam joined the Association of Southeast Asian Nations in 1995 and has played a proactive role in strengthening the bloc's unity, stability, and ensuring political security, socio-economic, and socio-cultural development. Vietnam constantly declares ASEAN as its most important foreign policy priority and emphasizes the importance of ASEAN unity and centrality, specifically important in a region greatly affected by power and competition and geopolitical uncertainty. Vietnam also supports ASEAN-led diplomacy, confidence-based efforts, respect to international law to manage disputes correctly and respectfully, especially in the South China Sea. While Vietnam does not support military alliances, it does support multilateral discussions between other countries in order to prevent conflict early, in line with ASEAN's commitment to making peaceful conflict resolutions. The delegation of Vietnam supports cooperation on human rights, cultural exchange, youth engagement, and inclusive development. Vietnam also stresses regional cooperation in disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, public health.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. All right. That marks up our first general speakers list as each respective country's opening speech. All right. So now we will be opening the floor for motions. Under the chair's discretion, the first floor of motion will be open only for moderated caucus for a maximum time of 7 minutes and 60 seconds per delegate. All right. For delegates whose name I call upon, please raise your placards high and firm for us to notice you. All right. For delegates who wants to propose a motion, please raise your placards now. Yes, Philippines. 7 minutes and 60 seconds per delegate. Root causes, stance, and sorry? All right. Yes. All right, that motion is in order. Are there any other motions on the floor? And please reminder delegates that, oh yes, delegate of Lao PDR, yes.
The delegation of Laos would like the motion for a 7-minute moderated caucus, the speaking time of 1 minute for each delegate, on the topic of economic growth, development, and trade among nations.
Economic growth?
Development and trade.
Okay. All right, that motion is also in order. Are there any last motion on the floor? Counting 1, 2, 3. All right, we have 2 motions on the floor. We will first vote upon the motion by the delegate of Philippines, 7-1 moderated caucus for the topic of root causes, stance, and historical backgrounds. And remember, delegate, you may not be abstaining during the motion voting. And if a motion fails, if all motion fails, we will be going back to the general speakers list, and that is not recommended by the Board of Days. All right. For delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your cards high and firm, please. Counting once, counting twice. All right. This motion fails. Remember, we need 6 delegates in order for a motion to pass. All right. Next, by the delegate of Lao PDR, Economical Growth, Development, and Trade. For delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your cards. You may not be abstaining. All right, this motion passes. All right, the delegate of Lao, would you like to speak first or last?
First.
All right, therefore we need 6 more delegates who wants to speak in this motion. Please raise your placards now. Delegate of, Delegate of Malaysia, Delegate of Indonesia, Delegate of Philippines, Delegate of Singapore, and Delegate of Vietnam. All right, we need 1 more speaker in this motion. Please raise, all right, Delegate of Myanmar. All right. All right, Delegate of Laos, you have the first floor. You have 60 seconds on the floor.
Honorable chairs and other delegates, today I would like to emphasize that we feel that the delegation of Laos feels that the most effective way to deal with the economical issues within ASEAN right now is to develop trade facilitating infrastructure among nations. The goal of this is to allow easier access to Asian countries and allow more cross-border import and export projects. Inspired by China-Laos Railway, which was shown to stimulate the economy for both nations involved, we feel that promoting regional trade and export and import would be very important for allowing all of ASEAN to prosper. We feel ASEAN is a very diverse region and rich with natural resources, and so we feel it would be best if every nation would be able to focus on their own specialty while importing it to others around us. And so by developing easier methods of import, we can focus on what we are good at using the economic principle of comparative advantage while becoming more reliant on other nations, ensuring we have an incentive to keep peace and to allow all nations to develop with prosperity.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak is the Delegate of Malaysia. You have the floor.
So approximately, there's 1/3 of the global maritime trade passes through Southeast China annually. This includes the energy supplies, manufactured goods, raw materials, and also food shipments. The major economies such as China, Japan, South Korea, and Asian states depend heavily on interrupted access to this sea lane. If instability or military conflict were disrupt two shipping routes, the consequences would include that sharp increase in global shipping costs, the energy supplies of disruption, inflation due to the supply chain's delay, and the global market instability. Because of this, freedom of navigation is a central issue. The United States and other powers regularly conduct naval operations to challenge excessive maritime claims.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Indonesia, you have the floor.
To strengthen regional financial stability, ASEAN must accelerate the implementation of a coordinated local currency settlement framework. By mid-2025, monetary cooperation scam under this framework had reached $14.1 billion, more than double the previous year's amount. This shows that political trust already exists among member states. What we now need is bolder technical and institutional follow-through. At the same time, digital innovation is proving its value. Indonesia's QRIS system interoperable with Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore recorded 5.54 million transactions worth over 1.66 trillion Indonesian rupiah in June 2025 alone. Seamless cross-border digital payment
are not just about convenience. They are about financial inclusion, tourism, empowering MSMEs.
All right, thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak is the delegate of Philippines. You have the floor.
Delegates, the delegate of Philippines would just like to clarify their stance. Firstly, the delegate of Philippines believes that simply we need to move on towards stances of countries. We have 5 main points of discussion today, and yet most countries this delegate have seen has not yet thought their stance on the topic. For this delegate hopes that for the next motions, delegates can reclarify their stances on the 5 topics. However, on economic growth, development, and trade,
So relating to this motion regarding economic growth, yes, the delegate of Philippines agrees that trade across nations are crucial for access and collaboration. However, we must account for the risk that follows when we allow wide access to trade. We must be able to ensure safety and strengthen legal standards. We, as a council, must be able to limit conflicts that comes with the wide access of trade.
this delegate would also just like to propose a solution, which is expanding the regional QR payment linkages, which currently only spans within Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. This delegate hopes to expand this to each and every ASEAN member state. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. All right. Next to speak, delegate of Singapore. You have the floor.
Okay. Beyond safeguarding internal security, Singapore recognizes that economic resilience is equally essential to national stability. Singapore acknowledges the importance of refreshing economic strategies in order to remain globally competitive and attract new trade and job opportunities. Singapore also has an economic blueprint that was made by 5 committees and includes 5 long-term strategies, which include strengthening Singapore's global competitiveness by refreshing our comparative advantages, nurturing entrepreneurship and enhancing the competitiveness of our startup ecosystem, and enhancing human capital to maintain Singapore's competitive advantage and ensure locals can access good jobs. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has also stated that Singapore would double efforts to keep Singapore's economy strong and resilient by capturing opportunities in new growth areas such as the green and digital economy, strengthen advanced manufacturing by leveraging AI, robotics, and biotechnology, and also sustain investments in research and development to encourage and support enterprises.
All right. Thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, delegate of Vietnam. You have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, honorable delegates, Vietnam strongly supports ASEAN's economic integration and transformation, being the key drivers of regional success and strength. It aligns with the ASEAN economic strategies 6 to 2030 and Community Vision 2045, prioritizing sustainable growth, digital innovation, supply chain resilience, and inclusive development. Vietnam advocates for stronger regional connectivity, cooperation in the digital economy, and reliable intra-Asian supply chains to address global economic uncertainty. Vietnam also supports the Asian Green Productivity Program, focusing on economic development through the eco-friendly and sustainable growth. This enhances member states' productivity and regional supply chains whilst selecting sustainable alternatives. Vietnam calls for inclusive economic development through regional connectivity and sustainable growth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, delegate. Last speak is delegate of, delegate of Myanmar.
Myanmar supports the addition of Asian economical progress. First of all, Myanmar has a lot of critical natural resources, including rare earth elements. Myanmar is one of the world's leading producers of heavy earth elements. And not only that, Myanmar is also abundant with natural gas and energy infrastructure with which we export to regional partners. Not only that, Myanmar's geological location is also near abundant of other countries that are really strong. And Myanmar's population of about 55 million is also a workforce of large working age. So it is a very profitable working conditions. So that is all.
All right, thank you. This motion has elapsed. And now we are going back to the motions floor. and we are still doing a formal discussion, so only the same motion, so moderated focus with a maximum time of 7 to 1 is accepted. Yes? Sorry? Oh, it is the same as the quorum, so we need 6 delegates in order for every motion to pass. Oh, unmoderated, okay. As for the time being, we are going to have 3 moderated focus first until we have unmoderated focus. All right. Yes, are you going to be pointing? Right? Oh yeah. Airtime, security. All right. All right. All right, that motion is in order. Are there any other motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Timor-Leste.
Motion to debate whether protectionism is a justified assertion of national sovereignty.
Sorry, can you repeat your...
To debate whether protectionism for human resilience is a justified assertion or national sovereignty.
Protectionism for human resilience versus sovereignty?
If it's justified assertion or national sovereignty. Sovereignty.
Protectionism for human resilience
and whether it's justified assertion of national sovereignty. Is it justified or not?
All right, we will rephrase the words like that. All right. That motion is in order. Are there any other motion on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Malaysia, yes. High crime rates. All right. All right. All right, that motion is in order. We have now 3 motions on the floor. We will start first on the motion proposed by Brunei Darussalam about maritime security. For delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your cards now. Remember, we need 6 votes for a motion to pass. Those who oppose this motion, please raise your cards. All right, this motion fails. Next, motion by Timor-Leste, protectionism for human resilience and whether it is justified or not in sovereignty. For delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your cards now. Delegates who oppose this motion, remember you cannot abstain. Delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your cards, or whether you oppose or not. If you oppose, please raise your cards now. All right, this motion fails. Remember, another reminder that if our motion fails, we will go back to the GSL, and that is not recommended. All right. So last motion by the Delegate of Malaysia about high crime rates. Please raise your cards if you agree for this motion. Remember, we need 6 votes if you agree for this motion. Malaysia, you propose this motion, do you? Remember, we need 6 votes. All right. Under the chair's discretion, since all motion fails, we will go back to the general speakers. All right. Delegates who wishes to be added to the general speakers list, please raise your placards now. Philippines, Malaysia. Wait. All right. Under the chair's discretion, we would like to add the delegate of Thailand, delegate of Brunei Darussalam, and Timor-Leste. All right. Going back to the general speakers list, Philippines, you have the floor. For this GSL, we will be having 60 seconds of speech. So, Delegate of Philippines, you have 60 seconds on the floor. Yes? That is not allowed. 60 seconds is.
Yes. Delegates, this delegate hopes for this GSL to be used as a time for other delegates to re-clarify and restate their stance on what they think about this topic. For Philippines itself, Philippines support rule-based maritime order under UNCLOS, peaceful dispute settlements, ASEAN maritime transparency platform, and etc. etc. Many past actions have been done by Philippines, including the strengthening Coast Guard presence, expanding renewable energy capacity, and advocate and supporting QR-based digital payment, as well as other international actions that has been done, including the ASEAN Maritime Transparency Platform.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, Delegate of Malaysia, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Malaysia believes ASEAN must play a proactive role in preventing diplomacy. Through quiet diplomacy, joint border commissions, and observer missions, ASEAN can reduce misunderstandings between member states. Malaysia proposes enhanced dialogue platforms under the ASEAN framework to ensure transparency and trust building between Cambodia and Thailand. Regional peace is shared responsibility, and Malaysia stands ready to support cooperative solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. How would you like to yield your time?
We would like to yield our time to the chair.
All right, thank you. Next to speak, Delegate of Thailand, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and delegates, to remain competitive in a rapidly transforming global economy marked by digitalization, supply chain shifts, and green transition demands, Thailand acknowledged that ASEAN must accelerate economic integration, maintaining ASEAN's centrality in managing relations with external powers and ensuring that Southeast Asia remains a region of peace, freedom, and neutrality. Thailand advocates that by strengthening the implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and an advance of the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement could enhance trade and investment-related activity as well as contribute to minimizing the development gap among the parties, empowering MSMEs in adapting to digital transformation and promoting sustainable growth. Our essential Thailand Bio-circular green economic model offers a pathway toward inclusive and environmentally responsible development.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, Delegate of Brunei Darussalam, you have the floor.
Selamat sejahtera. Peace be upon us all. As Brunei's delegate, echoing Akamal Gaddafi's speeches behind me, ASEAN is about mobility, connecting us for opportunity. Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, as a nation where oil and gas account for 90% of exports, we recognize that our economic survival is tethered to regional peace. We reaffirmed our commitment to 1982 UNCLOS as the sole legal framework for maritime entitlement. Beyond security, May moves to operationalize the ASEAN Economic Community, known as AEC, Blueprint 2025, through our proposed ASEAN Green Tech Exchange AGP.
In conclusion, we would like to call out all delegates to reaffirm their stances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Last to speak in this GSL is Delegate of Timor-Leste. You have the floor.
Honorable Chair and delegates, the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste believe that the peace and stability in Southeast Asia must be built on human security, cooperation, and mutual trust. As a small and developing nation, Timor-Leste understands that security is not defined only by military strength, but by the protection of people from disease, disaster, poverty, and instability.
Timor-Leste has demonstrated its commitment to human security through strong public health achievements, including the elimination of major tropical disease and the strengthening of community-based health systems. These achievements prove that even small states can contribute meaningfully to regional resilience. Therefore, Timor-Leste calls upon ASEAN to strengthen intelligence and information sharing mechanisms, enhance coordination through regional platforms, promote preventive diplomacy to maintain neutrality and unity. To further support this goal, Timor-Leste proposes Peace in Southeast Asia, or PC, a cooperative initiative.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are going back to the motion floor. And again, we need to remind you that if all motion fails, we will go back to the general speakers list, and that is not recommended for the productivity of this conference. So we remind you again to be active in the motion voting. So if the chairs ask you whether you are agreeing or opposing for a motion, please raise your placards high and firm. All right. Now we are going to the motions, and all right, this is the last floor of the motion that we are going to limit for the moderated caucus. So for delegates who have a motion to propose, please raise your placards now. Delegate of Myanmar. Relationship within ASEAN. All right. That motion is in order for 7-1. All right. Delegates who wants to propose a motion, wait, Timor-Leste?
The delegates of Timor-Leste would like to propose a motion to discuss humanitarian disaster and public health focus.
Humanitarian disaster and?
Public health focus.
All right, that motion is in order. One more motion, Philippines.
An honorable moderated caucus with the topic of environmental security and green tech, with a speaking time, green technology, with a speaking time of 7-1. Technology.
All right, that motion is in order. So we have 3 motions on the floor. Again, please do not be abstained during the motion voting. First, delegate of Myanmar about the relationship within ASEAN. Who agrees for this motion, please raise your placards now. High and firm, please. All right, delegates who oppose this motion, please raise your placards. Remember, you cannot abstain to either yes or no for this motion. All right, this motion fails. Next, motion by Timor-Leste about humanitarian disaster and public health. Please raise your placards if you agree for this motion. Remember, we need 6 votes. All right, this motion passes. Timor-Leste, would you like to speak first or last?
Last.
Thank you. Delete Timor-Leste first. We need 6 delegates to speak in this motion. Please raise your placards if you want to be added. Delegate of Malaysia, delegate of Laos, delegate of Indonesia, delegate of Myanmar, delegate of Philippines, and delegate of Thailand. Last but not least, delegate of Timor-Leste. All right. First on the floor is delegate of Malaysia. You have 60 seconds.
So we'll talk about the Nipah virus and post-COVID-19 health challenges. Malaysia has experienced outbreak like Nipah virus and faced COVID-19 challenges. So we want to encourage the joint border economic and infrastructure project like shared marketplace and
Weak coordination can delay detection and containment. Migrants and rural communities often lack access to healthcare. So the solution to this is to improve regional disease surveillance, an early warning system, create regional medical stockpiles, and rapid response teams. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Law PDR, you have the floor.
Honorable Honorable Chairship, as the allowance delegate, we give advice on our program with vaccination and nutrition, which gives places vaccination health benefits, and also we like to take our initiative on environmental health, which we take our program disaster mitigation and also environmental happen. I would like to build.
All right. For the motions, you do not need to yield your time. And next to speak, Delegate of Indonesia, you have the floor.
From 2012 to 2022, ASEAN faced over 6,000 disasters affecting more than 180 million people and causing billions in damages. COVID-19 further exposed serious vulnerabilities. First, Indonesia calls for strengthening the ASEAN Teachers Council. Through teacher training, disaster education, and mutual recognition arrangements, ACT can equip students with crisis preparedness, mental health awareness, and strong community values. Second, Indonesia supports activating the Asian Joint Research Program as ASEAN's implementation arm. AJRP can transform research into action through early warning systems, genetic mapping, and the One Health work. It also helps close scientific capacity gaps identified by the World Health Organization. Indonesia therefore proposed strengthening ACT implementation and increasing AJRP funding through regional financial mechanism.
All right, thank you, Indonesia. Next to speak, Delegate of Myanmar, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, since the military takeover in 2021, the country has experienced growing political instability and violence. The elected government, led by the National Lodge for Democracy, was removed from office, and power was assumed by the State Administration's Council. What began as political tension quickly developed into widespread armed clashes across multiple regions. Thousands of civilians have lost their lives, and more than 2 million people have been internally displaced. Public service have weakened, economic activity has declined sharply, inflation has increased, and many families now struggle to access food, healthcare, education, and stable employment. In addition to the political crisis, Myanmar has long faced deep ethnic divisions. Various ethnic armed organizations operate in different parts of the country, and minority communities, including the Rohingya, have experienced discrimination and displacement for decades. In response to the crisis, the Associations of Southeast Asian Nations introduced the 5-point consensus in April 2021, aiming to reduce violence and promote dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Philippines, you have the floor.
Humanitarian disaster happens due to lack of unity and both safety, which happens because of lack of funding. Therefore, the delegate of Philippines would like to take an approach to funding to build resilience, which is a financial mechanism to combat this case, which aligns with several past actions such as the AHA Center, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance. This delegate would just like to thank the Republic of Indonesia for mentioning their solution on joint research, which this delegate appreciate. But outside of that, funding is still not yet really tackled. With the ASEAN current funding mechanism where 100% of funding came from member states, it is really ineffective. Therefore, this delegate will propose the ASEAN Green Transition Research and Health Investment Facility, which is an investment group pulled from a lot of ways. There is 4 layers. The first layer being ASEAN direct funding, which is donations. Second layer, which is state investment loans, where there is, of course, interest rate at a maximum of 2%. The third one, which is NGOs and climate philanthropy loans. And fourth one, corporation, bank, and sovereign fund loans. With this delegate hopes that...
Thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, Delegate of Thailand, you have the floor.
Thailand highlights the needs to strengthen public health systems, disaster preparedness, and climate adaptation support for the ASEAN's Coordinating Center for the Human Assistance must be reinforced. Investment in education, digital literacy, and workforce reskilling is crucial to prepare ASEAN citizens for future challenges. As for the Nipah virus outbreak and post-COVID-19, Thailand would recommend to follow World Health Organization's advice on reducing or preventing the infection. The committee of the ASEAN to the commitment of the ASEAN to strengthen disaster resilience through inclusive governance and regional cooperation, innovation, and sustainable financing while integrating disaster risk reduction into development and climate policies, it highlights a people-centered, forward-looking approach to anticipate, respond to, and recover from disasters, positioning ASEAN as a global leader in the disaster management.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Last to speak in this motion, Delegate of Timor-Leste.
Honorable Chairs, fellow delegates, Southeast Asia is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world. Climate change, pandemics, and humanitarian crises continue to challenge our stability. Timor-Leste believes ASEAN must prioritize a stronger regional early warning system, rapid disaster response coordination, joint training, and capacity building programs. Through PC, Timor-Leste proposes a fast ASEAN communication network for emergency coordination, a regional public health data sharing platform, youth and community involvement programs in disasters and preparedness. Our own national experience has shown that strong leadership, community action, and regional partnership can produce real and measurable results. ASEAN solidarity must move from policy to practical implementation. As a resilient to ASEAN, it's a peaceful ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. This motion has elapsed. And so the committee has a short snack break for like 10 minutes in 1100. So since we only have 2 minutes left on the floor, the chairs will only accept one motion and one motion only, which is to suspend the debate. Are there any motions on the floor? Motion to suspend the debate, yes, please. All right, that motion is in order. All right, the Board of Days will be handing over the floor to the Master of Ceremony to announce the further technicalities.
Check. Okay, delegates, we will have refreshment time. LO, please usher all delegate teacher to room 306 for 10 minutes. Thank you. I'll take my bag first.
digital world, the sparks do fly. BBC lights up the sky. Players gather, screens aglow. Let the competition flow. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Keyboard warriors, take your stance. Eyes locked in a gaming trance. From every click our skills unfold. Chasing dreams of digital gold. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Ever we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. PBC rise above the rest. In gaming we are truly blessed. Epic moments every day. At PBC we lead the way.
Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Hey, you stab
have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clear the finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the rough. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clear the finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the rough. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clear the finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the rough. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clear the finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the rough.
Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Hello, please count your delegates. The second session of the PBMUN Asian Conference will now resume under the leadership of the Honorable Board of DICE.
Thank you, delegates. Moving on to our next session after the break. I will be moderating the session. This session, we will start over from a GSL. It's going to be a quick one, only 3 speakers with a time of speaking of 1 minute. However, first of all, let's start with a roll call. Please raise your placard and state whether or not you are present. Starting from the delegates of Brunei Darussalam. Sorry, we're waiting on the screen. Okay, starting from Brunei. Delegates of Brunei, are you present? Delegates of Indonesia. Delegates of Laos. Delegates of Malaysia. Delegates of Myanmar. Delegates of Philippines. Delegates of Singapore. Delegates of Thailand. Delegates of Timor-Leste. Delegates of Vietnam. Thank you, delegates. Seeing that all 10 delegates are present. For procedural voting, we will need at least 6 votes for the motion to be passed. Let's start over with our first agenda, which is the general speakers list for this session. Again, reminding you that the amount of speakers for this particular GSL is going to be 3 speakers with the time of speaking of 1 minute. Please lower down your placards first. Oh, sorry, points. Go ahead. So, right after the GSL, an informal debate will be in order. Okay, let's start. For delegates who would like to speak in this general speakers list, please raise your placard high and firm. Delegates of Philippines, delegates of Malaysia, and delegates of Laos. Okay, delegates of Philippines, the time will start when you start speaking. Thank you, delegates. Since your time has elapsed, moving on to the next delegates, delegates of Malaysia. Your time will start when you start speaking.
Malaysia believes that the Rohingya crisis cannot be addressed by one state alone. Instead, we need all of the Asian to cooperate to this act together. The regional burden sharing is essential to ensure the fair responsibility among Asian members. Malaysia also proposed improved coordination with humanitarian agency, standardized refugee registration system, and increased dialogue to address the stateless at its root. And then, after the military in 2017, just a little fact is that over 700,000 fled to Bangladesh and many attempt maritime journeys to Malaysia and Indonesia.
The key issues here is more to statelessness, limited humanitarian access, and also burden sharing challenges amongst Asian states. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Malaysia. Your time has elapsed. Moving on to the last speaker for the general speaker. Delegates of Laos, your time will start when you start speaking.
Hello, Honorable Chair and other delegates. I'm here today to re-emphasize the importance of unity and interconnectivity in any solutions that we offer today. As a relatively small nation of Laos, we would like to push for solutions that allows all nations, small or large, be able to keep up. We would like to propose solutions that would lower developmental gaps and solutions that involve all of ASEAN working together as a whole. Even in all aspects, including economics, be it natural disaster mitigation, we like solutions where ASEAN can grow more connected, can grow closer, and can grow more reliant on each other through the solutions we offer. We also like to emphasize that solutions should be applicable to all nations, and that we need to consider everyone when giving a solution that we offer. During times of humanitarian crisis, disasters, all nations should be ready to offer help. Throughout all cases of economics, all nations should be ready to offer help. All nations should be involved and together in offering help to any of the issues that we face.
Thank you, delegates. Your time has elapsed. Okay, seeing that all the speakers of this general speaker given their speech, next we'll be moving on for your motions. For delegates who would like to raise a motion, please do raise your placard. Delegates of Philippines. Moderated caucus for 7 to 1. Sorry, can you repeat? Environmental and disaster. It will be reminder that an informal debate motion such as the unmoderated caucus is in order at this time. So if there are any delegates who would like to propose moderated caucus, any other delegates who would like to raise a motion? Delegates of Brunei. Maritime security. Time of speaking.
Apologies, delegates. That motion has already been. Oh wait. Sorry. Oh no, never mind. It doesn't pass before. All right. That motion is.
Any other delegates who would like to raise a motion? Yes, delegates of Malaysia. Sorry, delegates, the maximum amount of time would be 7 to 1, talking about the Rohingya crisis. Thank you, delegates. The Rohingya crisis. Okay. Voting. Let's start with the very first motion of a moderated caucus proposed by the delegates of Philippines, talking about the environmental solutions and disaster resilience. For the delegates who are in favor for this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. Motion passes. Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Philippines, would you like to speak first or last? For the remaining 6 speakers. Delegates who would like to speak for this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. Delegate of Laos, Delegate of Indonesia, Delegates of Brunei, under the chair's discretion, delegates of Vietnam will be speaking next on this motion. Also under the chair's, delegates of Singapore, Oh, we need one more speakers. Any other delegates who would like to speak? Delegates of Malaysia. Thank you, delegates. Let's start with the very first speaker, which is the proposer of this motion. Delegates of Philippines, your time will start when you start speaking. Thank you, delegates. Your time has elapsed. Next, we have the delegates of Laos. Delegates, your time will start when you start speaking.
Distinguished Chair, the Lao People Democratic Republic believes that climate change and disasters are transboundary challenges that require a response from ASEAN as a whole and as a region. Laos supports strengthening regional early warning systems, enhancing the operational capacity of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance. The delegates of Laos believe that ASEAN countries should be ready to offer financial aid or to take in refugees during the time of disaster. And to accelerate renewable energy cooperation under the ASEAN Power Grid framework. A resilient ASEAN with stability, growth, and security for all member states.
Laos has a history of providing renewable energy to states, like in the Litmus PIP, when we provided hydropower towards Singapore. And so we feel that exporting renewable energy from nations that can offer it is a very effective way of ensuring the usage of green energy in more ASEAN nations. That'll be all.
Thank you, delegates. Your time has elapsed. Moving on to the next delegates to speak, the delegates of Indonesia. Your timer will start when you start speaking.
As of restated by the delegation of the Philippines, Indonesia supports activating the ASEAN Joint Research Program as ASEAN's implementation arm. AJRP can transform research into action through early warning systems, zoonotic mapping, and the One Health framework. It also helps close scientific capacity gaps identified by the World Health Organization. We would like to add to this solution by changing AJRP into a forum-based program as have been stated, and we could also incorporate corporations, external like businesses, so it's more open to other people as well.
Indonesia also believes that strengthening the ASEAN Teachers Council through the teacher training, disaster education, and mutual recognition arrangements, SCT can equip students with crisis preparedness, mental health awareness, and strong community values. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Time will be elapsed. Next speaker is the delegates of Brunei. Delegates of Brunei, the timer will start when you start speaking.
Okay, so as already stated, we proposed Asian Green Tech Exchange, or AGTE, aligns with the Asian Economic Community Blueprint 2025, which specifically mandates the facilitation of green technology use. And the AEC Blueprint 2025 supporting the free movement of goods, services, investment, skilled labor, and capital, whose energy summits diversity from hydrocarbons.
To recall what the delegate of Philippines and Indonesia has mentioned, Brunei supports and joins the cooperation of Asian Indo-Philippines. Thank you. We yield the time back.
Thank you, delegates. Next time to speak, the delegates of Vietnam. Delegates, your timer will start when you start speaking. Thank you, delegates. Your time will be elapsed. Next to speak is the delegates of Singapore. Delegates, your timer will start when you start speaking.
Therefore, we are also, the Republic of Singapore is also proposing a solution which is SG Secure, in which the communities will receive training in first aid, CPR, fire safety, and also basic response during attacks in their emergency training system. And also will have preparedness drills in which schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods conduct exercises simulating crisis situations. This SG Secure system will play a crucial role in the building of a whole of society in which everyone will have a safe environment to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The next to speak is the delegates of Malaysia. Delegates of Malaysia, your timer will start when you start speaking.
As we know, Malaysia and ASEAN is facing floods, landslides, haze from forest fires and rising sea levels. Disasters often cross borders and affect agriculture, health, and livelihoods. Many countries lack early warning systems or coordinated disaster response. So, we must understand how to prevent the problems that occur, right?
So for the solution that we propose is firstly to build a regional early warning system and response system so that the people there may be more aware and more knowingly that there will be something that happening so they can also be more prepared before it happens. Next is to share climate and weather data between Asian countries so that the other Asian countries can also try to see about what's happening in the other country and to exchange information. And then next is invest in infrastructure to prevent flood and landslide. And lastly is to coordinate regional action against haze and other environmental threats. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. That is all to speak for this motion. Delegates, the floor will once again be open for any motions available. If there are any delegates who would like to propose a motion, please do raise your placard. Delegates of Vietnam, go ahead. Seven minutes. Sorry, to remind all the delegates here, the maximum amount of time for an unmod would be 20 minutes. Would you like to change your time? 10 minutes, thank you. That will be in order, an unmod for 10 minutes. Delegates, any other delegates who would like to propose a motion? Delegates of Brunei, go ahead. Sovereignty and maritime law. For the time I'm speaking of, 7th one. That would be in order, thank you. Any other delegates who would like to propose a motion? Yes, delegates of Singapore. Sorry, green energy. Green, yeah. Green and digital. Thank you, delegates. For the time I'm speaking of, 7 to 1. Thank you, delegates. That will be in order. Yes, go ahead.
At 1200.
Yes, exactly at 1200. We have remaining 20 minutes. Okay. Since we have 3 motions on the table, we will start with the most disruptive motion to be voted on, which is the 10-minute unmoderated caucus proposed by the delegates of Vietnam. Delegates who are in favor for this motion, please raise your placard high and firm.
We need 6 votes. Please do not be abstain. Please raise high and firm, please, so we can see. 1, 2, 3. This motion clearly
This
passes.
motion passes. Thank you, delegates.
You have 10 minutes.
You have 10 minutes. Go ahead. Ya, jadi masuk kandidat.
Remember, delegates, we only have 5 minutes left for the unmoderated caucus.
Delegates, the time is up. Please return to your seats. Bisa extend other motions atau suspend sekarang. Okay, delegates, since the time for the last unmod has elapsed, we have three options to continue. The first one would be an extension of the unmoderated caucus with the maximum amount of time of 5 minutes. The second option is another open for another motion. Any motions is allowed. And the third option would be to suspend the meeting right now and go straight to our lunch break. So any motions will be in order, including the suspension of the debate. Any delegates that would like to propose a motion, please raise your placard. Yes, delegates of Indonesia. Maritime law. Okay, for the time of speaking of.
Yes. So the question would be, does Indonesia agree for that amendment? Yes, all right. So Indonesia would still be the one proposing, all right.
In order.
7-1 is in order.
7-1 is in order. Thank you, delegates. Any other motions on the floor?
All right, saying there is none, we would like to make a clarification first. So I just know from the Secretary General that you guys doesn't have a group for all of you. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. The committee cannot provide you a group for all delegation. So if you want to make a group for your own, that is allowed. However, you will need to do it individually yourself. So you perhaps share your number to each other, or you send the Google Docs link through email or something. But that is on you guys. All right. Yes. We will not be in the group. Yeah. As for the submission, it will be directly to email to us. However, we are referring to on how you make the draft resolution for every one of you delegates. All right. So, reminding again, is there any other motions on the floor? Counting 3, 2, 1. All right.
Okay, let's proceed with the voting procedure for the motion proposed by the delegates of Indonesia. Delegates who are in favor of this motion, please raise your placard high and firm now. This motion passes. Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Indonesia, would you like to speak first or last? Speak first. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, the committee. Can
Sorry,
you
committee.
return the screen since it is not being shared again? Yeah.
Mau lanjut aja.
Please wait a second for technical difficulties. Okay. All right.
Okay. Any other delegates who would like to speak in this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. Delegates of Philippines, delegates of Brunei. We already called you. Philippines then Brunei. Any other delegates who would like to speak next? Delegates of Laos, delegates of Singapore, delegates of Thailand. Satu lagi. Delegates of Malaysia. Oh, sorry. Oh. How many do we have? Timor Leste and Timor Leste. Okay, Timor Leste, you may speak. This motion. Sorry, delegates of Malaysia, under the chair's discretion, we put Timor Leste's names on top of yours. Sorry. Apologize. Okay, let's proceed with the speeches. Delegates of Indonesia, your timer will start when you start speaking.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, in recent years, maritime incidents, including the EEZ intrusions or the exclusive economic zone intrusions, illegal fishing, piracy, and armed robbery have become some of the most frequent sources of tension in ASEAN waters. These risks highlight the urgent need for stronger regional coordination and operational standards. First, Indonesia emphasizes the central role of ADMM in strengthening confidence building and developing SOPs for maritime incidents, which include the AMRCN, or the ASEAN Maritime Real-Time Communication Network, where basically it's a 24/7 direct hotline between Coast Guard command centers. So if something bad happens, anyone can just go to the hotline. And the second thing is Standardized Maritime Encounter Protocol, or the SMEP, where it has a mandatory minimum safe distance between vessels.
Thank you, delegates. Your time has elapsed. Next delegate to speak would be the delegates of Philippines. Delegates of Philippines, your timer will start when you start speaking.
As we may all have known, maritime disputes have been a major problem, and it is also one of the reasons why we are gathered here today. These disputes include disagreements over territorial claims, damaged cargoes, accidents between vessels, and injuries experienced by passengers and even crews. These are unacceptable, which is why the delegate of Philippines would like to propose a solution.
Thank you, delegates. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak would be the delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Delegates of Brunei, your timer will start when you start speaking.
Brunei Darussalam emphasizes that negotiations on the South China Sea must be resolved via the 2002 Declaration on the Conduct and finalized as binding the Code of Conduct. We can call for the creation of a joint fishery management task force. In 2026, overfishing and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing pose a more immediate threat to our shared food security than territorial disputes. By managing these resources collectively under UNCLOS, we can lower the temperature of political friction. Let us transform a sea of dispute into a sea of cooperation. Our focus is mostly on the South China Sea, the UNCLOS procedures, and non-interference. We are a silent claimant because we believe diplomacy is loudest when it is based on law, not posturing. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, delegates of Laos. Your timer will start when you start speaking.
As the delegate of Laos, with maritime disputes and also territorial disputes, we like to emphasize that regional neutrality and non-interference, and also diplomatic dialogues between Asian nations. We like to maintain the policy of peace, independence, friendship, and also cooperation between Asian. And also, we like to say that we choose economic integration and peaceful diplomatic solutions over confrontational and hard security approaches. We are able to provide a program with infrastructure development, with investments in transportation and energy to improve connectivity between other countries. Like we are at borders with Myanmar, we need to keep a peace between each other, rather than taking other territory and winning ourselves. That will be all.
Thank you, delegates. Time is out. Next to speak is the delegates of Singapore. Your timer will start when you start speaking.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegation of Singapore believes that maritime security is a fundamental aspect to maintain regional security. In today's interconnected landscapes, threats such as maritime tensions pose as threats to various ASEAN countries. Singapore understands that the importance of collaborating with other member states to reinforce territorial authority. The delegation of Singapore invites all delegations to reassert the UN clause that states the ownership of ASEAN countries over their maritime territory. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Your time will be elapsed. Next to speak is the delegates of Timor-Leste. I believe it was Timor-Leste. Oh, sorry. My mistake, delegates. Next to speak is the delegates of Thailand. The timer will start when you start speaking.
Thailand recognized the geopolitical tension maritime disputes continue to challenge regional stability. As a member of ASEAN, Thailand strongly supports maintaining ASEAN's centrality in managing relationship with external powers and ensuring that Southeast Asia remains a region of peace, freedom, and neutrality. With that, regarding the South China Sea disputes, ASEAN's role in handling the South China Sea dispute is to support peaceful resolution, encouraging dialogue, and maintaining stability in the region, and conducting multilateral negotiations with the Asian-China Code of Conduct framework, compliance with international law UNCLOS 1982, and maximizing the role of international courts such as Permanent Court of Arbitration (PCA), while strengthening cooperation through mechanisms such as ASEAN Regional Forum ARF and ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting Plus ADMM Plus. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The last to speak is delegates of Timor-Leste. Your timer will start when you start speaking.
The Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste believes that maritime richness is a very big chance for ASEAN. But there are so many threats that come to us, such as IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Here, as a part of ASEAN, we propose for every country to contribute in preventing threats of others trying to take our natural resources, and also that we shall take care of and protect of our sea's richness. And from our program, PC, we will also consist of a cooperative initiative aimed at strengthening regional communication, rapid coordination, and sustainable peace. Peace must not only be maintained, but it must also be actively built together. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Your time will be elapsed. That is all for this MC. Next, the only motion that is in order will be the suspension of the debate. Any delegates that would like to propose the motion, please raise your placard, hand firm. Delegates of Philippines. Thank you, delegates. That will be in order. Under the chair's discretion, the debate is suspended. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Hai?
Mas Abe.
Kenapa? Ya besok kan?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
But right before, so when, if you want to propose it, that will be up to you. That will be in order. But we will take our time, maybe 1-2 minutes, to explain what a COTW is, in case there are some delegates that understand.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Gue udah nggak pernah bawa cash, jujur aja. Enggak, maksudnya ini latihan. Kayak dia kan bawa cash kan. Gue udah nggak pernah bawa cash. Like a
Ini lagi kebetulan aja, karena gue biasanya juga bawa.
Sejak dompet gue hilang di tas itu.
Udah pernah.
Di dompet itu sih dompet itu no money ya.
Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty fingers, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and the rough. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty fingers, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and the rough. motherfucking blink. Probate, okay, circulate it, baby, let it rotate all day. Need it in my hands, so I'll stay Rush more when I'm looking for the big face. So much value when I get it.
I need that. The right bitch on the possibility. I two left bitch and we back.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty fingers, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and the rough. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty fingers, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and the rough.
Di jantung kota Bandung terdapat salah satu masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka. Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty say the finish, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and to run. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty friends, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now that shorty clean the pendants, I'm a diamond and the rough.
Asian Conference will now resume under the leadership of the Honorable Board of Dice.
All right, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Now we will proceed with the third committee session. And now we will be going back to a roll call. When I call upon your country's name, please raise your placards and say whether you are present or not. All right, first, delegate of Brunei. Thank you, Indonesia. Thank you, Laos. Thank you, Malaysia. Thank you, Myanmar. Thank you, Philippines. Thank you, Singapore. Thank you, Thailand. Thank you, Timor-Leste. Thank you, and Vietnam. Thank you. All right. Now we will be going back to a general speakers list, and we will be entertaining 5 delegates to speak in this motion. So those who wish to be added to the GSL, please raise your placards now. Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei. You have been recognized. All right. First to speak in this motion, delegate of Philippines, you have 60 seconds on the floor. All right, thank you. Next to speak, delegates of Indonesia, you have the floor.
This time, we emphasize about Asia's economy independence or a self-sustaining ASEAN. Indonesia produces more than half of global nickel output, positioning us as key node in regional battery and electric vehicle supply chain. This resource advantage will only translate into shared prosperity if it is embedded in a comprehensive regional framework, local currency trade, integrated digital payments, and complementary industrial strategies. Because regional financial stability is not just about numbers on a report. It is about the peace of mind of our people in the face of global economic turbulence. If we can make our region as ASEAN is independent, why don't we did it? Why don't we build our own region and we reduce dependence on other country? Thank you.
Next to speak, delegate of Malaysia, you have the floor.
China claims roughly 80 to 90% of South China Sea through its 9-dash line, which overlap with the exclusive economic zones of several Asian countries. China has conducted land reclamation projects, built artificial lands in the Spratly Island, and installed military infrastructure such as airstrips and radar system. China argues that its claim is based on historical usage and maps dating back. However, these historical arguments are not fully recognized under international maritime law.
Under the United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea, or UNCLOS, coastal states are entitled to a 200 nautical mile. Artificial lands do not generate full maritime zones. In 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruled in favor of Philippines, rating China's 9-dash line claims no legal basis under UNCLOS. Certain disputes features are rocks or a low tide elevation, not fuel islands. China rejected the ruling and continued activities in dispute.
Right.
Thank you.
Next to speak, delegate of Singapore, you have the floor.
Check.
The delegation of Singapore believes that economically, ASEAN's ongoing digital and green transitions presents opportunities for Singapore as a regional financial and logistics hub. Capturing opportunities in new growth areas such as green and digital economy, strengthen advanced manufacturing by leveraging AI, robotics, and biotechnology, and also sustain investments in research and development to encourage and support enterprises to innovate new products and services and bring them to the market faster. Singapore also recommends the following the approach of deepening economic integration through digital and green cooperation. Singapore further emphasizes the importance of effective growth in economy, and by aligning its efforts with global standards and maintaining strong cooperation and mutual trust, ASEAN will continue to serve as a pillar of stability and shared progress in South Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Last to speak in this GSL is the Delegate of Brunei. You have the floor.
Focusing on the South China Sea, UNCLOS, and non-interference, Brunei Darussalam is a silent claimant because we believe diplomacy is the loudest when it is based on law, not posturing. We assert our 200 nautical mile EEZ over features like Losa Reef based on the continental shelf framework of UNCLOS. We reject unilateral claims like the 9-dash line and emphasize that 2000 DOC must remain our guiding light until a COC is finalized. Let us prioritize quiet diplomacy to prevent miscalculation. And also, Brunei, aiming for Wawasan 2035, proposes the Asian Green Tech Exchange. This platform ensures that technology for carbon capture and renewable energy is shared within the Asian family, first maintaining our neutrality by reducing dependence on external powers for green innovation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. This general speakers list has elapsed. Now we are going to the motion. Motions are open for any kind of motion, either it's formal or informal debates. And some delegates asked to us earlier that either COTW is allowed or not, and under the chair's discretion, it is allowed. So COTW is in order. However, we would like to explain first what is COTW. So basically, COTW is in the middle of a formal and informal debate. So it is actually a semi-formal one. So, for example, delegate of the Afghanistan, for example, proposes the COTW and it is accepted. So the delegate of Afghanistan has the first floor, and for the next speakers, the chairs will not choose the next speakers, but the delegate of Afghanistan will choose the next speaker. For example, they choose the delegate of what, and then so on and so forth. And yes, so now we are going to the motion floor. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, delegate of Laos. All right. All right, that motion is in order. Are there any other motions on the floor? Yes? Apologies, since the motion is already in the floor, so it cannot be entertained. All right. Are there any other motions on the floor? Counting once, counting yes. Indonesia? ASEAN economic independence? All right, that motion is also in order. Are there any other motions on the floor? Counting 3, 2, 1. All right, say none. We have 2 motions on the floor. Wait. All right. First, we will vote upon the delegate of Laos 7-1 moderated focus about interconnectivity within ASEAN economy. Delegates who agree for this motion, please raise your cards now. I inform we need 6 votes for a motion to pass. Remember, you cannot be abstained during a motion voting. Those who oppose this motion, please raise your cards. Delegates, either you agree or not, so okay, this motion fails. All right, next motion by Delegate of Indonesia, ASEAN Economic Independence on Self-Sustaining ASEAN. Delegates who agree for this motion, please raise your cards now. Remember, we need 6. All right, this motion passes. Indonesia, would you like to speak first or last? Last? All right, thank you. We need 6 more delegates. Those who wish to be added in the speakers list, please raise your cards now. Yes, Laos, Philippines, Singapore, Timor-Leste, Brunei. Timor-Leste, you have been acknowledged. And under the chair's discretion, we will appoint the delegate of Vietnam for the next speaker.
Was it last?
And last but not least, delegate of Indonesia. All right. So Laos, you have the first floor. You have 60 seconds.
Honorable judges and other delegates, I would like to reinstate the importance of exporting and making sure ASEAN can stand within itself economically. I would like to first of all push that we need to create infrastructure that can facilitate exporting within ASEAN nations, because not only will this make us more interconnected and avoid conflicts within ASEAN itself, it will also reduce our reliance on nations outside of ASEAN. I've heard the qualms of some of my other delegates. Some of them have been getting their resources taken by nations outside of ASEAN. And so by doing this, we may follow ASEAN's principle, not of conflict, but of neutrality, by being able to free ourselves through economic independence and the development of our own country's economics, more so than trying to fight others. Through this development of export, it can also help smaller countries be able to make full use of their natural resources that they would not have been able to before through the developmental aid of the other ones, which could also attract foreign investment.
All right, thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, delegate of Philippines, you have the floor.
Building independence in ASEAN without relying on other people's on external nations very crucial in building our own sovereignty while also keeping our own. First of all, building economic resilience help us to reduce economic disruption, also reduce the development gap between us and other ASEAN states. Delegates, we are rich. Our countries have natural. Let us not be reliant on other. For example, let us not be because we have natural resources.
Let us also acknowledge that in the previous conversation in the unmoderated caucus, some of you have mentioned regarding solutions regarding this problem. And yes, we as ASEAN, we can unite together. We can be fully independent and not rely on nations outside of this country.
These delegates are open to listening.
A quick reminder, delegates who would like to present their speech upstage, please refrain yourself from stepping on the cables. It messes up the audio. It's okay.
All right, thank you. Next to speak is delegate of Singapore. You have the floor.
The Singaporean government embarks on an economic strategy review in which it charts a forward-looking economic blueprint to strengthen Singapore's global competitiveness and economic relevance amid geopolitical realignments and rapid technological changes, as so to secure good opportunities for business and workers. This includes leveraging technology and innovation to capture opportunities in new frontiers and drive broad-based economic growth. That being said, Singapore also agrees with the delegates of Philippines when they say that ASEAN must be united to be economically independent. Therefore, we propose an interconnected economic system for ASEAN countries, which also includes reinforcing digital economies such as QRIS and other digital platforms that can be used for ASEAN nations. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. Next to speak, delegate of Timor-Leste. You have the floor.
peace cannot be sustained without economic inclusion and sustainable development. Timor-Leste believes that ASEAN must ensure equal opportunities for developing member states, greater support for MSMEs, investments in renewable energy and green technology. Through PC, our program, we propose an ASEAN MSME regional growth platform, a grand energy tech network for renewable cooperation, inclusive investment frameworks to support non-oil economic diversification. As ASEAN expands, unity must remain our foundation. Regional integration must not create inequality, it must reduce it. Timor-Leste stands ready to contribute within its capacity through diplomacy, cooperation, and commitment to neutrality. Together, we can build Southeast Asia that is peaceful, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Next to speak is the Delegate of Brunei. You have the floor.
We are rich enough of our own problems. We have enough resources. We have more natural resources than most of the. We want to be independent. We can just rely on each other. We are a small community, and something so small shouldn't be such a big problem.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Vietnam. You have the floor.
Vietnam supports ASEAN's economic integration and transformation, being the key drivers of regional success and strength. It aligns with the ASEAN economic strategies for 2026-2030 and Community Vision 2045, which prioritizes sustainable growth, digital innovation, supply chain resilience, and inclusive development.
Vietnam emphasizes accelerating the ASEAN digital economy framework agreement and strengthening regional supply chain resilience to ensure inclusive and sustainable growth across all member states. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Last to speak in this motion, Delegate of Indonesia. You have the floor.
The delegation of Indonesia agrees with the statement given by the delegation of the Philippines, and that's why Indonesia proposes the implementation of inclusive downstreaming, where each ASEAN country can contribute their natural resources, and for countries who don't excel in the natural department, they can help by manufacturing the product itself. They would use the comparative strength and would use the products that's beneficial for all of us ASEAN.
Indonesia has mentioned again and again how important independent region we can implement inclusive downstreaming as our power. We all have our power. We all have our advantage resources. Why don't we use it and we don't have to depend on other countries like China, USA, or Europe? Like if there are World War III, what if we down because of them?
All right. The time of this motion has elapsed. Now we are going back to the motions floor. The motion is the floor is open to any kind of motion, formal or informal debates. Delegates who wishes to raise a motion, please raise your placards now. Yeah, Vietnam. Regional, absolutely. All right, that motion is in order. Next, Philippines. The maximum time is 15 minutes. All right, that motion is in order. At what, sorry? 11 minutes, all right. So 11 minutes of consultation of the whole. The MUN coordinated software doesn't have a COTW on there, so it may be written as unmod, so yeah. All right, are there any other motions on the floor? Counting 3, 2, 1. All right, we have only 2 motions on the floor. Starting from the most disruptive one from the delegate of Philippines, 11 minutes of COTW. Delegates who agree for this motion, please raise your cards now. We need 6 votes. Delegates who against this motion, please raise your cards. All right, this motion fails. All right. As for the next moderated caucus by the delegate of Vietnam about regional trade acceleration, who agrees for this motion, please raise your cards now. Remember, we need 6 votes. We need 6 votes. Otherwise, we will be going back to the general speakers list. All right, this motion passes. Vietnam, would you like to speak first or last? Thank you. All right, we need 6 delegates in this motion. Please raise your cards if you want to be added to the speakers list. All right, say none. The chairs would like to appoint delegate of Thailand, delegate of Myanmar, delegate of Timor-Leste, delegate of Singapore, delegate of Brunei, and delegate of Philippines. And last but not least, delegate of Vietnam. Yes, under the chair's discussion, we will appoint some delegates since there are no delegates appointing the placards. All right, first speaker on the floor, there is delegate of Thailand. You have 60 seconds.
Thank you.
Delegate of Thailand, you have 60 seconds on the floor. Delegate of Thailand, you have 60 seconds on the floor. Just talk about anything about this motion, it's fine. It doesn't need to be perfect, it's fine. Just you have been appointed to the floor. 60 seconds.
Thailand advocates that by strengthening the implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and advance of the Asian Digital Economic Framework Agreement (DEFA) could enhance gap among the parties of ASEAN. We all agree that ASEAN is filled with countries that rich in raw materials, and we also have countries that could use that raw material to make a lot of things that could have more.
All right, thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. All right, next to speak in this motion, delegate of Myanmar, you have the floor.
Test, test. As a representative of Myanmar, we strongly agree which of the things that was said by Brunei Darussalam and Philippines. We agree that we are all rich enough together and we can escape the dependence from other larger countries such as China, Russia, and India. But for that to happen, we need to accelerate trade in the Southeast Asian region. Myanmar is ready to work constructively with ASEAN and our neighbors and the wider international community. We believe through dialogue, inclusive development, and balanced partnerships, we can restore peace, uphold sovereignty, and accelerate the trade in our region. Thank you. That's all from us.
All right, thank you. Next to speak, Delegate of Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
We strongly agree with the Philippines that we also aim to support MSMEs from various regions to expand their market. We propose the ASEAN market is a major annual event hosted by each country. In subsequent year, the host country will have the opportunity to showcase the culture, policies, and the new innovation at the event, and start to develop new sustainable transformations. This event serves an introduction to each sea region and a form of brotherhood among the sea nations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next to speak, Delegate of Singapore, you have the floor.
The delegation of Singapore agrees with the statement of the delegation of Philippines and the delegation of Indonesia. We believe that as an ASEAN country, we are already rich enough and we can just use our own resources in order to fulfill our own needs. Following that, countries that may not have natural resources as an advantage can offer their technology as help for manufacturing the products. Sequently, Singapore can also offer their green tech solutions and also invest in other ways to improve their technology and manufacturing to help with regional trade acceleration. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Brunei, you have the floor.
So yeah, as already said that as ASEAN countries, we all are rich in raw materials, and we can collab together. And Brunei supports clauses upholding UNCLOS, and we support bilateral sovereign issues and address between concerned parties. And
basically, the delegation of Brunei is trying to say how to increase our pace in trade. We do need our own specific area for imports and exports, and also our own independent way of transferring our money, such as Indonesia's idea with QRIS, and mentioned again Laos's idea, an export and import port specifically for ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak, Delegate of Philippines, you have the floor.
Way to build an interlinked economy within ASEAN member states. Dependency on a relation is to build a regional trade acceleration in economic development in ASEAN. So therefore, this delegate proposes a step to emphasize the capacity building, more specifically in building a QR-based payment system, which has already existed between four countries. Singapore and Vietnam. We are planning to unified financial yes, each and every one of you. And therefore, this will also build upon past actions of the APA Center, and this will also be centralized for this bank, cross-border digital payments, and this will also be created ASEAN interface itself. But delegates might ask, what about cybersecurity? Will this use this? So we say no, because guess what? Why the ASEAN Secretary and as well to cybersecurity and as well third-party non-governmental organizations like
All right, thank you, Delegate.
Sorry, delegates. Again, a reminder to not step on the cables. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Last delegate in this motion, delegate of Vietnam, you have the floor.
The delegation of Vietnam proposes to promote the acceleration and implementation of regional trade. This fuels our sovereignty and independence over our own economies using our skills and resources with our productivity and supply chain. This strongly boosts our emerging economies together without the dependence on foreign figures. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. This motion has elapsed. Now we are going back to the motions, and under the chair's discretion, we will be having a maximum time of unmod, which is 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes of unmoderated topic. Yes, delegate of Laos. No. The maximum time is 20 minutes. 15? Yeah, 15. All right. All right. Are there delegates who agrees for this motion? 15 minutes of unmod. Otherwise, we will be going under the chair's discretion of 20 minutes. Who agrees for this motion? Counting 3. Yes. That is not in order. Counting 3, 2, 1. Yes, we will be having 20 minutes of unmod. All right.
This council has not talked about the Myanmar case, especially on the refugee case within Myanmar in itself. And the thing is with this is that it impacts other countries and neighboring countries and foreign countries as well. So, like, if you guys want to talk about the Myanmar case, that would be
It is on 2:30.
The DR shall be submitted on 2 o'clock at 1400.
Wait. Aja. Apanya?
Is it possible to extend those?
Extension only of Essentially, so we have the time for so 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
If we were to go on a SOTW, how many? Is it still 310 pounds?
No, it is going to be another motion, so you won't be able to extend. So don't extend and propose another motion, it is possible.
Okay, just one. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Oh yes, all right. Do I stop? Oh yeah. Oh no, the Wi-Fi. It's 200. I think Padilla can got it. All right, guys, attention please. Sorry to interrupt your unmod. You can just go on with your unmod, but let me just give you an announcement. You guys can see in the share screen about the draft resolution details. The deadline is at 1400. Oh yeah. The deadline is at 1400, so be make sure to submit it on time to the chairs. You will send. You will need to send it at the format of PDF, and you send it to those two emails to us. All right. And then, as some of you asking for the Wi-Fi, that is the Wi-Fi and the password as well. All right. Yes. Oh, yeah. And yeah. And another reminder, delegates that do not step on the cable since it will be disturbing the YouTube channel as well. All right. All right.
Please watch your step in the
Yes. We will very recommend you to move over to either side of the cable. So just move either here or there. Do not move in the middles. All right. And another reminder that a maximum sponsor of the draft resolution is 2 delegations. All right. So 2 maximum sponsors. Thank you. Yes. 2 sponsors. 2 maximum sponsors. To present the DR. Yes. So the sponsors is basically the delegation who will come to the front and explain, to present the draft resolution, and then later on do the question and answer sessions. The 3 of you can come in front is fine. Sorry, delegates, just confirming you guys have a draft resolution template, don't you guys? You guys. All right, thank you. Oh, it is continuous. So Article 1, 1, 2, 3, Article 2, 4, 5, 6, and etc. Yeah. All right, delegates, sorry to interrupt again. Another announcement that there will be again two member states as sponsors. The purpose of sponsors in here just for Q&A and presentations. And as for the reading time, later on you will have 2 minutes of reading time and 5 minutes of presentation and 3 minutes of Q&A. All right. All right. Yes, extension of the unmod is entertained for half the total time. So yes, it is possible for 10 minutes of extension. Are there any other motions on the floor? All right. Say none, we have extension of 10 minutes. Yeah. Unmod, okay. Unmod. Yes. All right, you have 10 more minutes. All right, thank you, delegates. Your unmoderated caucus has elapsed, and now we are going to go back to the floor of motions. For delegates who wishes to propose a motion, please raise your placards. Do note that this floor is open to any kind of motion. So formal debates, semi-formal debates, and informal debates are allowed. Yes, Philippines? Max amount of time is 10 minutes. 6 minutes? All right. 6 minutes of COTW. Are there any other motions on the floor? If not, we will be going under the chair's discussion of another unmod, since you guys will have to finish your draft resolution. So first, we will vote on the motion by Philippines. 6 minutes of COTW. Delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your placards now. We need 6 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This motion passes. Philippines, you have the floor. Yes?
Okay, in this particular case where DR is very close to the deadline, we will give you permission to work on the DR while consultation of the whole is going. But for the committees, for the note passers, please do keep checking the delegates' gadgets to make sure they don't work on anything else besides of the DR. Thank you.
All right. Before we start this COTW, the committee has also talked to us that we wanted to remind you, a friendly reminder to all delegates, no exceptional. Please maintain your integrity in here. So just make sure that you use AI only for assistance and not for the whole documents. And so basically, since this is very close to the deadline of the DR, so while you guys are discussing about the draft resolution in the CLTW, some of your delegations, since you are having 3 persons for one delegation, just be mindful of the deadline so that one delegation may speak and one other delegation just work on your DR so that the time works efficiently. All right. Philippines, you have the floor.
Adding a one to my other adding a one to this situation by my other delegate, region must be addressed by all ASEAN members as Myanmar in itself is a crucial ASEAN's region. Before this delegate, every other delegate to expand thoughts upon this topic in itself, as this could cause a lot of disputes, especially for bordering countries.
Issues like these are very common within, especially organizations that contain a lot of state members. However, we must remember, ASEAN as a council, we must stay united. We must be one as a whole. We must not be diverse by these disputes in which it is common to fight.
Even though with its non-intrusive clause, we would need your help in mediating the dialogue between the parties concerned in our crisis. And third, we also would like to promote inclusive national dialogue that involves diverse ethnic groups, since Myanmar is a very diverse ethnically, and civil society actors and political stakeholders to foster reconciliations. And lastly, we need you all, especially to our neighbors like Thailand and only Thailand here, to strengthen our regional unity alongside our neighboring countries in regards to humanitarian aid and or civilian refuge. We ask your help in that.
Myanmar, this delegate also encourages the delegate of Thailand, as many refugees from the humanitarian crisis in Myanmar itself run towards bordering countries such as Thailand. And in this case, the delegate of Philippines wonder if there's any mechanism to stop or aid this crisis in itself.
All right, thank you, delegates. The COTW has elapsed. Now we are going to the final motion floor, since we are going to have a break at 1400 and as well as the deadline for the draft resolution. So we will only entertain formal debates or moderated caucus for a maximum time of 7 to 1 like usual. All right. Yes? Yes. Even if the moderated caucus is ongoing, one of your delegation may go and work on the draft resolution still. All right. However, we will be only entertaining formal debates. So, delegates who wish to raise a motion, please raise your placards now. Delegates who wish to raise a motion? Yes, Philippines? Yes, all right. 7. Concluding solution. 5 to 1? All right, that motion is in order. Yeah? The committee has set 1400 as a snack break. So the deadline of the DR will only be extended until the end of that break. It's fine. Okay. I think it will be only 10 to 15 minutes. So it is going to be at maximum 14:10 or 14:15. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Saying there is no other motions, we will vote upon this motion by the delegate of Philippines about concluding solutions. Delegates who agrees for this motion, please raise your placards now. We need 6 votes. Remember, we need 6 votes. All right, this motion passes. All right, Philippines, would you like to speak first or last?
Sorry, first.
All right,
First, please.
we need 4 more people. Delegates who wishes to speak in this motion, please raise your placard now. Okay, say none. Under the chair's discretion, we will add the delegate of Laos, delegate of Indonesia, delegate of Brunei, yes, and delegate of Vietnam, yes. All right. First to speak in this motion, delegate of Philippines, you have 60 seconds on the floor.
Thank you, Chairs. So the delegate of Philippines throughout this council has proposed a few solutions, including 3 solutions. The first solution is ASEAN Maritime Transparency Platform or Voluntary Reporting System, which is an armed present reporting system consisting of three details, which includes a real-time platform for all ASEAN members to report on political border disputes, and this solution acts as a data sharing platform which is accessible to the public, and nations are to report on the organization on border disputes, maritime sovereignty, oil spills, and etc. Next for the solution is ASEAN Environmental Commitment Tracker Forum, which is a voluntary cooperative mechanism for a forum for all nations in which nations have an equal vote in meetings, and every nation is to disclose environmental reports on plastic waste, sustainable energy shares, and etc. every 3 months. Next is the ASEAN Investment Facility, which is a solution to combat the case of and building resilience in order to prevent future disasters.
All right, thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. Next to speak, delegate of Laos, you have the floor.
As a delegate of Laos, I would like to propose a few of the solutions that we have given out so far. The first one, the primary one that we would like to mention, is our solution of increasing infrastructure and connectivity between ASEAN nations, not only to support export and import, but also as a way of helping speed up the process of providing aid to ASEAN nations that are hit with disasters, as a way of promoting tourism, and as a way of increasing development upon the industries of ASEAN countries, especially smaller ones, so they may be able to use their national resources more effectively. Beyond that, we would also like to promote a program of faster ASEAN response to disasters whenever a nation is hit, and also a preparedness from all nations to either provide help for refugees or financial aid to any nation that is hit with a disaster. Beyond that, we would just like to finally re-emphasize that ASEAN nations should stay peaceful with each other. We must keep our stance of stability and neutrality throughout all of this. That'll be all.
Thank you, delegate. Next to speak, Indonesia, you have the floor.
Indonesia stresses that ASEAN leadership is reflected in concrete actions. This includes improving maritime stability through ADMM+, strengthening financial resilience through expanded LCS and QR system integration such as QRIS, and promoting a One Health strategy to address threats like the Nipah virus.
Through SCT and AGRP and improved cross-sector coordination, Indonesia seeks stability, inclusivity, and sustainable growth for ASEAN's 700 million people, supporting ASEAN's economic development.
The other solutions that we have includes the inclusive downstreaming and also the making of new SOPs for the maritime law. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, delegate. Next to speak, delegate of Brunei, you have the floor.
The delegate of Brunei would like to further emphasize the solutions that we have proposed.
First and foremost, an increase in infrastructure, not only for import and export, but also for education. The humanitarian crisis in Myanmar shows us that education follows humanitarian crisis, which is why building schools in other countries might also help our situation. A forum for equal rights, also mentioned by the delegation of Philippines, is also a good idea so that the
ASEAN community can remain as democratic as we possibly can. This can also ensure equality towards all members of the ASEAN community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Last to speak in this motion, Delegate of Vietnam, you have the floor.
The delegation of Vietnam proposes the following cooperative policy recommendations. First, Vietnam calls for the strengthening of dialogue for security and stability amid security challenges. This includes the active use for security and of joint risks assessment and early warnings for international and regional security issues, strengthening the ASEAN political security community. Economically, Vietnam strongly supports the ASEAN Green Productivity Program, focusing on economic development through eco-friendly and sustainable growth. Finally, Vietnam encourages ASEAN to accelerate the implementation of the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement as it reflects ASEAN's vision, accelerating regional economic growth through the implementation of the digital ecosystem. Through cooperation and stability, ASEAN can continue to serve effectively as a regional organization, fostering peace, economic development, and human resilience.
All right, thank you. This motion has elapsed. Now we are going to have a short break in another 3 minutes. So under the chair's discretion, we will only be accepting one motion and one motion only, which is to suspend the debate. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, sorry. All right, under chair's discretion, that motion is passed. All right, we will be having a snack break at 1400. Yes, all right, thank you. After the snack break, so that will be the final deadline of your draft resolution. So I give the floor to the committee or the Secretary General to explain further about the timings and such. All right, thank you. Jam 2 katanya ada snack break terakhir. Jadi mungkin kayak bisa jelasin kan?
Thank you, Board of Dice. Esteemed delegate, you may enter 306 for refreshment. Please make sure before time you will move into the hall for the draft resolution. Thank you.
Until the end of the break.
We suggest you to take the photo of it.
Yeah. Delegates, since our emails is institutional emails, UNPAR emails, so we suggest you to memorize it or take a photo of it first so that you don't forget to send us later on. All right. Delegates, apologies. So this hall will be used for some rehearsals about some performances that will be done later in the closing ceremony. So we really suggest you to go downstairs in the snack room and finish your DR. You may bring your gadgets, it's fine. So just clear the room as soon as possible, okay?
Um, Halo. Makanya nyalain dulu. Meni teing. Teing. Oh.
Hello?
Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fingers, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now that shorty clean the fingers, I'm a diamond and to run. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fingers, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now that shorty clean the fingers, I'm a diamond and to run.
Here now, we will only accept the DR by 14:25. So you have 2 minutes to submit to us. 2 more minutes. Yes? No, you have to send it to email to us. Just the sponsors, yeah. Yeah, one person only. One more minute. Wait. Yeah, perhaps you guys can send it. A few people can send it to us. It's fine, just so that it doesn't miss. There is only one draft resolution in this council, correct? All right. So yeah, just send it to us. Just some of you. It's fine. Apologies, delegates. We still haven't received. Perhaps this is our emails. I don't know. This is institutional email, for example. All right. Just wait a second. All right. We receive it. All right. All right. Good job, delegates. All right. All right. All right. All right, delegates, since we are on a very short amount of time, so we will be directly going to the roll call. Once I call upon your delegate's name, please state whether you are present or not. Delegate of Brunei. Thank you, Indonesia. Thank you, Laos. Thank you, Malaysia. Thank you, Myanmar. Thank you, Philippines. Thank you, Singapore. Thank you, Thailand. Thank you, Timor-Leste. Thank you, Vietnam. All right, thank you. Under the chair's discretion, we will be skipping the general speakers list. So we recognize one draft resolution only. So congratulations. So we will be going directly to the introduction of the resolution. Right. All right. So the sponsors in the draft resolution are the delegates of Philippines and Indonesia. All right. So it will be proposed by Philippines and second Indonesia. All right, that motion is in order. Under chair's discretion, this motion passes. So we will be going into the introduction of the DR. So as we already announced to you before, you guys will have 2 minutes of reading time, 5 minutes of presentation by the sponsors, and 3 minutes of Q&A by the sponsors and all the delegates. All right. So first we will go to the yes. It will be yes or no with explanation. So it must can be answered with yes or no, but you can the sponsors can add another substantive reasons. All right. Apologies, delegates. We will be having a countdown first for the reading time and everything else. All right. All right. You guys have 2 minutes of reading time. So read the draft resolution wisely. If you do have any concerns or questions, keep it until the Q&A sessions. All right. 2 minutes starts from 3, 2, 1. Go. All right, the reading time has elapsed. Now we invite the delegation of Philippines and Indonesia to the front to present the draft resolution. Since you guys have 3 members in the delegation, so feel free to like how many people come in front. Sorry, 5 minutes of presentation and 3 minutes for Q&A.
If there is extra time for the presentation, can we allocate it to Q&A?
Yes, you may.
No, sorry, there will be no amendments.
Again, reminder for Q&A, you may ask only for yes or no questions. However, the sponsors have the right to answer yes with reason and no with reason. All right. Sponsors, you have 5 minutes on the floor.
So this is our DR consisting of the sponsors, Republic of Philippines, along with Republic of Indonesia, with these amount of signatories. And this DR will focus on these 3 ambiguity causes, which includes this. First of all, moving to Article 1, it's going to be focusing on maritime law and territorial disputes, with our first restrictions, emphasizing and encouraging the development of ASEAN maritime platform, which is quite important. Also, a good platform for all members. It will act as a business platform for all for the ASEAN and US area, and nations are also to report to the organization, report to the organization.
Next up, we have the second article, which is, as you guys can see, environmental security and public health. This would be divided firstly into the AGRHIF, or the Asian ASEAN Green Transition Research and Health Investment Facility, which is basically an investment platform where, is it corporations, is it states, basically parties can donate to this, in which it would be given to corporations, NGOs, or governments, either in a loan or in a donation form to those things which is located in B, such as renewable projects, waste to energy plants, and more. Next up, please. We are also going to strengthen the ASEAN Joint Research Program, which is already existent, in which we would make it a permanent forum, not only project-based. It will focus mainly things on research, and it is to note that for states to have access towards the fund, they must be part of the forum as written in that number.
Okay. ASEAN emphasized QR-based payment integration shared among all 11 ASEAN countries, where a QR payments can make transaction more easier, and it can make economic flow move flawless. And allow multinational payments, expansion interoperable QR-based payment, and regional digital finance system with technological protection. This legalized, authorized, will be responsible for such expansion. This authorized includes central bank, fintech, firms, and consumers. This will be in the form of cross-border digital payments implemented within the ASEAN. The purpose of this expansion is expand economic inclusion and modernization.
And this will be done by clear and structured standards and technological protection cooperation. Through the protection cooperation will include cyber threat intelligence sharing, rapid disbursement mechanism, transparent auditing, and cooperation with the AHA Center. And next up, we have Article 4 that talks about humanitarian response and preventive measures. The first one, we suggest ASEAN Care, which is conflict monitoring, aid, reconciliation, and engagement. Through thorough monitoring of the conflict and the violence in Myanmar, and constructive dialogue for a peaceful resolution, with further dialogue between parties involved are to be mediated by a representative of the ASEAN chair and urges Thai and Myanmar authorities to make humanitarian corridors at Myawaddy, Karen State, Ronin, Kautrong, and Shan State, which calls upon humanitarian corridors to be funded by both nations as well as the ASEAN budget and ASEAN development.
The last article will be talking about the unity among ASEAN. So with this article, we will allow smaller member states to be able to import their goods, and through trade, we would, in hopes of uniting the ASEANs. So not only that's the big countries get to import, we would also give chances to those who are economically below, and it is also more effective and to import and to export those.
That would be it from the sponsors of this draft resolution. We will be moving on to question and answers. Is there any questions? Any questions on the floor, please? Yeah, just raise your hand. Delegates, any questions? It could be regarding any clause, any part of the draft resolution. If clarification is needed, it is also fine. Yes, to clear things up. Yo, yes. For which one, sorry? Economic development and integration. Of course, this is not just going to be it. Of course, we're going to have phases in order to make sure that these solutions are feasible and that these solutions are executed properly. So therefore, there will be phases, just not specified here, but there will be timelines on which solution will be integrated into which one. It is to note that the detailed phases and the detailed measures is not written in our draft resolution because simply we as ASEAN, we're not going to go into detail. The mandate for organizations to go into detail is mainly the ASEAN Secretariat, which is going to go into more detail, and the ASEAN workforce, which is written in some of the organizations written on. Is that clear? Thank you, Delegate of Myanmar. Delegates regarding any part, any article that is fine.
According to Article 5, Unity among ASEAN, basically what you guys are trying to do is, well, what we're trying to do is trying to unify all the countries in ASEAN. I can see here you do have some ideas on how we can, let's say, per se, unite. But what I wanted to clarify is how are you guys able to guarantee the fact that all 11 of us delegations can cooperate and work together?
Of course, as of right now, there is no 100% guarantee. But what there is that ASEAN in itself, as of right now, is already a unified nation among 11 different countries. That in itself is already a unification between all other countries. But to guarantee that every single ASEAN member will agree on one topic, that is not part of our mandate to discuss, as what we're trying to do is trying to encourage the implementation of these solutions to further strengthen ASEAN bonds. It is to note that we as ASEAN, we must have faith in us as nations, because we as nations, we have done a lot of things together. For example, we have done a FTA, or a free trade agreement, among each and every nation, in which that is such a big treaty, that is such a heavy treaty, and yet we can do it as ASEAN. Therefore, the delegation of Philippines believes that us as ASEAN, we have enough cooperation and we have enough unity to discuss this.
And also the chances of these state members not cooperating are slim, because through this unity among ASEAN, this gives a lot of benefits towards those state members. So it would be unreasonable for them to cooperate with us, because this benefit is for them. It's for their own economical growth. It's for their own good of their country.
Once again, solution Article 5 will be cooperation between all other countries, which is specified here in the article itself. Therefore, all other ASEAN nations in itself is encouraged to join this program, as of course it will be benefiting for them, like my other delegates. It is to note that more details will be written by the ASEAN Secretariat and also other organizations. We are just writing the brief guidelines. Thank you, delegates. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, delegates. The time for the presentation and Q&A has elapsed. Now we are going directly into the voting. Since another disclaimer, since the MUN coordinated software doesn't have a really consensus-based system voting, so we are going to do it manually as for the sheets that we make on our own. All right. So as we already stated to you before, your options are only that you are in favor or you are against the draft resolution. And remember, this is ASEAN, so if even there are only one delegates that are against this draft resolution, the DR will not pass. All right. When I call upon your country's name, please state whether you are in favor or whether you are against the draft resolution. I will call your country's name based on alphabetical order, so please answer whether you are in favor or against. All right. First, Brunei Darussalam. Thank you. Indonesia. Thank you. Laos. Thank you. Malaysia. Thank you. Myanmar. Thank you. Philippines.
The delegation of Philippines is in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Singapore. Thank you. Thailand. Thank you. Timor-Leste. Or, thank you. And last but not least, Vietnam. Thank you. Therefore, this draft resolution passes. All right, delegates, that we have passed a draft resolution, and therefore we only accept one motion and one motion only, which is to adjourn the meeting. Are there any other are there any motions on the floor? Yes, delegate. Yes, delegate Philippines.
The delegate of Philippines would like to adjourn the debate.
Under the chair's discretion, this motion passes. Give a round of applause for us all. All right, delegates, thank you very much for your hard work for the past 3 to 4 committee sessions. And now we will be having a dice deliberation, and you guys can do whatever you want freely under the guide of the committee. So I give the floor to the committee. So yes, thank you.
Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Okay, so let it, baby, let it rotate all day. Need it in my hands, so I'll stay on. Rush more when I'm looking for the big face. So much value when I get
I need that. Two right bricks on this facility. I two left bitch and green by
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the rough.
So this delegation perfectly crafts the position paper. So starting from explaining the introduction of the topics, and then what past actions ASEAN has done, what their country has done towards the issue, and then crafts a comprehensive and detailed solutions, and then making some relevant citations, and then some technicalities as well. And this best position paper awards goes to the delegation of Timor-Leste.
Okay, moving on to our next award that's going to be given, which is the Verbal Commendation. So, this award has been decided to be given to the delegates, which today brings out and reverse one of the most on point and on the spot, quick, old code of conducts, international laws, and they seem to refer them in the most crucial moment, which is, of course, need to be acknowledged. The verbal commendation of the PBMUN 2026 is given to the delegates of Brunei Darussalam. Congratulations.
Moving on to the next award, the Honorable Mention Awards. So this award today was given to a delegation that are consistently showing what their stance is and showing consistently what they are championing for, and this really amazes us. And however, there are still some rooms for improvements. For example, how to lead more in the blogs, how to lead more in the discussions, and then a more diverse and substantive in the substantive. However, this delegate receives an honorable mention due to their consistency and their championing for their stances. This honorable mention awards goes to the delegation of Laos.
Moving on to our next award, which is the most outstanding delegates. Now, consistency seems to be the game for these delegates. Although they failed to be the most influential, but regardless, they were one of the most influential. These delegates were unquestionably consistent. They consistent with their stances, consistent with how they conduct their diplomatic affairs, and in the end, this delegate was granted the honor to be a sponsor of the DIA. Congratulations, delegates of Indonesia.
Delegates, now is the most awaited award, which is the best delegate, the best of you all. All right. All right. All right. It seems like. All right. Order, please. All right. It seems that everybody knows who they are. So this delegation consistently shows up from the beginning with excellent diplomatic conduct and diplomatic manners, and then they consistently divide the task to themselves, and then they are substantively good, and then they are leading everyone, not still mentioning all, accommodating all. And to be honest, leadership is not about making yourself win, but leadership is about making others feel win as well. All right, the best delegate goes to the delegation of Philippines. Yay! One round of applause to us all again. Yay!
We now invite all award recipients to the stage for the official photograph. as well as all the delegates, teachers, supervisors, and the organizing committee. Everyone, please come onto the stage. Yeah. Everyone, all delegates and award recipients, please come. And teachers as well.
In the digital world, the sparks do fly. BBC lights up the sky. Players gather, screens aglow. Let the competition flow. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Keyboard warriors, take your stance. Eyes locked in a gaming trance. From every click our skills unfold. Chasing dreams of digital gold. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Ever we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. PBC rise above the rest. In gaming we are truly blessed. Epic moments every day. At PBC we lead the way. In the digital world, the sparks do fly. BBC lights up the sky. Players gather, screens aglow. Let the competition flow. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Keyboard warriors, take your stance. Eyes locked in a gaming trance. From every click our skills unfold. Chasing dreams of digital gold. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name.
Delegates, please. Please remain seated. We will have closing prayer. After that, on behalf of Parahangan University and also PENABUR Banda Model United Nations, we share our gratitude for all your participation, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience during the events. For the closing prayer, we would like Theodore to have a closing prayer, and then after that, we would like to ask kindly all the delegates to return the name tag on the table in front of the hall. Thank you. And also the placard if you happen to took it. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen and ladies and friends and teachers, let us pray to God. God, thank you for today. We have finished our MUN session. Hopefully the spelling bee and MLBB goes well. Thank you to everyone who participated in this, all the delegates, all the staff, all the teachers, all the students, me included. So thank you for accompanying us throughout the day. Thank you, Lord, we pray, amen.
Di jantung kota Bandung, terdapat salah satu perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia, Universitas Kristen Maranatha. Masa depanmu bukan hanya tentang mimpi, tapi juga tentang bagaimana Tuhan menuntun langkahmu. Di Universitas Kristen Maranatha, kamu bukan hanya kuliah, tapi kamu juga dibentuk untuk punya nilai integrity, care, dan excellence. Asik kan? Kuliah di Maranatha bukan cuma soal buku dan teori, tapi juga pengalaman, pertemanan, bahkan kesempatan untuk melayani lebih luas. Dan kabar baiknya, ada banyak beasiswa yang bisa kamu raih, bahkan sampai ratusan juta rupiah. Karena kami percaya, setiap talenta yang disertai kemauan kuat menggapai masa depan tidak boleh terhalang oleh biaya. Universitas Kristen Maranatha, beasiswa ada, nilai hidup nyata, masa depan terbuka.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pretty fingers, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now that shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond in the rough. Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty pay the finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fenders, I'm a diamond and the rough.
BBC lights up the sky. Players gather, screens aglow. Let the competition flow. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Keyboard warriors, take your stance. Eyes locked in a gaming trance. From every click our skills unfold. Chasing dreams of digital gold. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. In the heat of battle we unite. Striving forth with all our might. Epic plays and teamwork strong. Together we can't go wrong. Ever we can't go wrong. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. Game time at PBC, feel the beat. Hearts race fast, none can retreat. In the cyber world we reign. Victory etched in our name. PBC rise above the rest. In gaming we are truly blessed. Epic moments every day. At PBC we lead the way. BBC lights up.